Hello and welcome to another stream of Control. Hey there, Game God. Welcome to you. Hope things are going well. So yesterday we finished the Foundation DLC. So if you check the past broadcast, I've got Foundation DLC in the title, and that whole stream is the whole DLC content. So there's only one more piece of content I'll be doing for this playthrough of Control, and that is the AWE DLC. Now, AWE in the context of Control stands for Altered World Event. For the purposes of this DLC, they actually made AWE stand for Alan Wake Experience, and so I thought that was quite clever. For those not knowing what an Altered World Event is, let's say there's a massive disappearance of a population in a town, and no one knows what happened. Well, the Federal Bureau of Control might go and investigate to see if there's any supernatural or paranatural or any other kind of phenomena that actually caused that to happen. And if they find that there is, then that is considered an altered world event, especially if there's an object of power that's involved, or an altered item. Altered items are things that can look normal, but can actually be either nefarious, i.e. causing, major problems, even being fatal. Some are mischievous, causing just, trolling and all that type of stuff, for example. But objects of power are not necessarily separate 100% from an altered item. However, objects of power generally are things that give someone or an entity the ability to do special things. So for example, the typewriter that Alan uses in Alan Wake when he's typing in the dark place is actually an object of power. And the whole event that happened in Bright Falls, which is where Alan Wake is set, that whole event is considered to be an AWE, an Altered World Event. So this DLC is heavily focused on Alan Wake. This isn't just referencing Alan Wake, it isn't just putting Easter eggs in. Literally, Alan Wake and Control exist in the very same universe. Like 100% connections between the two. Quantum Break, while it does have some Easter eggs that kind of give you an idea of where they were going to go with Control, and even though Alan Wake is actually featured in Quantum Break, and even though the Night Springs episodes that were in Alan Wake are actually in Quantum Break, they're just basically Easter eggs and references. It doesn't mean that Alan Wake literally exists in the same universe as Quantum Break, for now at least. If you actually check the whiteboard in Quantum Break at the university at the start, you can actually see some notes that someone has written on the board, but some of those notes actually contain clues as to what they were going to do with this game, because Quantum Break came out in 2016, this game came out in 2019. So there were things that they put in as kind of like teasers for what the next game might be at that point. And so we ended up getting Control ultimately. Some might still consider Quantum Break part of the same universe, especially if you just want to put all the Remedy games under the one thing and just say that they're all in the same universe, which doesn't actually fit even still, because Max Payne, the rights of Max Payne aren't owned by Remedy anymore. Rockstar owns them, so... But yeah, that's a lot of information, but that's a little bit of a background on Alan Wake, Control's connection to Alan Wake, and also about altered world events, objects of power, and altered items as well. Game God, you've been going fucking heavy at this game, lol. Absolutely, Game God, yeah. Committing 3 days a week to it. Generally, when I'm committing multiple days to a game, it doesn't really take me long to actually get through a playthrough. So once this playthrough is finished, the next game to replace this will be Mass Effect 1, the Legendary Edition. So that will become my Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday game until I finish it. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome. I hope things are going well. What's paranatural? I think it's kind of like similar to supernatural. I think it's something specific to Control and the writers who came up with the story for it. I don't know if it's something that is widely, something similar. Hey there, Zaius. Welcome to you. You're here to change the subject. That's completely fine, Zaius. That's no worries. So the latest on your AC replays after AC2 and Brotherhood, which you loved. You started Odyssey, but you backpedaled during the first battle and started Unity instead. Enjoying it, definitely not better than AC2, but a lot to love. First replay ever. Well, that's awesome, Zaius, that you're giving Assassin's Creed Unity a chance, at least, because that's the thing about that game. As much as it had a bad launch, unfortunately, a lot of people still avoid playing it because of that, even though they have done some things to fix it. It's not 100% perfect, there's still glitches, but most of the glitches are funny, as in, they don't break the game. Whereas when the game launched, I think there were game-breaking bugs that happened where it would crash the game multiple times and, all these other things. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it as well. Hey there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream. Zay, wow, have you played Mass Effect or no? I haven't, no. I actually have seen Saint Ravage, my friend, who also streams. He actually played through all the Mass Effect games. But for now, I'm just going to play through the first game, because if I don't end up liking Mass Effect, I don't want to commit to doing 2 and 3, especially if I'm telling people that I'm doing 2 and 3. If I end up not liking the first one, I don't want to have said that I will be doing 2 and 3. So whether or not I actually do 2 and 3 depends on if I actually like Mass Effect. If I do like Mass Effect, there'll be 2 things. One, I'll either jump straight into Mass Effect 2 and then 3 afterwards, or if I don't want to get burned out on the trilogy, then I may actually play a different game in between each one. But yeah, that's what I'll be playing after I finish Alan Wake. Will be Mass Effect 1 Legendary Edition. And I'll be doing a Renegade playthrough. I don't know all the ins and outs of a Renegade playthrough, but that's basically my goal. I figured, hey, if I don't end up liking... Let's say I don't end up liking Mass Effect, if I'm at least playing the game as a character who's an asshole to people, at least that might help me get through the game if I don't end up liking it. But if I do end up liking it, it just means that in the future I'll do another playthrough and maybe do a Paragon playthrough instead, So it's just a wait and see kind of thing. But at the very least, I am going to be playing Mass Effect 1. So let's just commit to getting, hey Tall. Hey, welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? I'm going really, really well, thanks. We're going to be starting the Alan Wake DLC of Control very soon. Yeah, Zayas. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. Just commit to getting through Mass Effect 1 with the games you like. It'll probably grow on you quick. Yeah, exactly. Once I know how I'm feeling about it, I'll know and decide what to do next. Tor, you have Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You got it free with your PlayStation Plus subscription. Is it really good? I don't know, Tor. I haven't actually played any of the games before. I've seen them being played, and they seemed interesting. So it made me want to actually give them a chance. A friend of mine, Shin, the Ninja Penguin, he's for a long time suggested that I play the Mass Effect games. But I just wasn't sure. But after I saw a playthrough of it, I decided, you know what, I might give it a chance. If I don't end up liking it, at least I've given it a shot. But yeah, I'm going to be doing the definitive edition of it. I got it on Game Pass as well. So you just beat Mass Effect 1 for the first time as a female, beaten the game about a dozen times. Oh, have you really? Oh, nice. Yeah, it's so funny, like, generally speaking, when I tend to play a game where gender is a option, I just always go for the female character first, because, a lot of the times, heaps of games... Now, I'm not saying that I don't like games that have a male protagonist, but it is good to sometimes be able to choose. I don't think every single game ever made has to have a choice, but if you're going to decide to do a choice like that, I always like to choose the female character and give their version a shot first. I did the same with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I played as Cassandra first, and be interesting to see if I do enjoy Mass Effect. I'll definitely play as Male Shepard on another playthrough if I do enjoy it, and just to see what the differences are. Tor, you actually have the Dark Souls trilogy you want to play, lol. Oh, you do really? Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, there's so many games. Like, there's the Mass Effect games. There's um, the Dishonored games. There's Dark Souls games. And including in that, you've got all the other From Software games. And the thing about me as a streamer is I still need to go to the games that I'm in the mood for, even if it's a game I've never played before. There has to be something about the game that jumps out at me and says, and I feel I'm in the mood to actually play this game. So that's why sometimes it takes a long time for me to get to a new game I haven't played before, is because I'm just going by, do I feel like playing it, you know. But this year, because I'm doing certain annual playthroughs of various franchises earlier, it means that I've got more time up my sleeve to actually do a lot more games, especially being able to put multiple days to one game, which is why having Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays at the moment for one game will be great. There may become times where I might decide, hey, I need to get some good progress on another game. So I might be like, right, I've got one game on Monday that I'm almost finished, and I've got another game that maybe won't take as long. So how about I do that and another game as well, So I'll just play it by ear. But I definitely want to get to a lot of games that I've been meaning to for quite a while as well. Zayas, Mass Effect Legendary is exciting. That's going to be a lot of hours of quality streaming content. Well, thank you, Zayas. Most likely what I'll do is probably just do the main stuff. But if there's any side quests that really interest me, then I'll jump in and do it, You uploaded some things to Discord, and thank you to reacting to that Liu Kang edit with the braces. Oh, Ryu, that's absolutely no worries, dude. Yeah, that edit that you did, it really brings out the character, and especially given what Liu Kang wears, it's good to actually see that version. Which, it makes you wonder, why can't they do that version? Why can't they do it? It's just very simple stuff. Like, if I wanted to do a game about what's character? If I want to do a movie, about let's choose what's a character I can choose as a good example. If I'm going to do a movie based on a character that has a very iconic look. Hell, we may as well just say it. If you're going to do a movie of Mortal Kombat, have Liu Kang wear braces, have him wear his signature colors, have him wear a like a bandana, have him wear that stuff. That it doesn't hurt. Like, what's it hurt to have that? You know what I mean? Review 2 drawings of the 95 and 2021 Mortal Kombat movie characters in the same scenario, or at least your versions of them. One is a re-upload of a past drawing, which is both Liu Kang's daydreaming of a 95 Katana and 2021 Sonya. The other is a newer drawing with 95 Johnny Cage crossing paths with Cole Young. The multiverse of Mortal Kombat madness. Yeah, I definitely remember the re-upload, that drawing. But yeah, Johnny Cage versus Cole Young. I don't know. I probably haven't unlocked it. Let's see. Okay, so doing the Alan Wake DLC. I'll just keep it Director's Suit. Because there's probably other outfits I'm going to unlock by doing it. I'm going to hold off on spending these ability points just until I get into the AWE DLC, because I can't remember if there's extra skills that unlock that they give you when you're doing that DLC. Collectibles. Alright, so what I need to do is... Alright, so that was Wake. Faden rides the elevator. What was the other one? The other one was... What was it under? It came up on the thing, but now it's gone. Faden rides the elevator. His rituals, directorship, the future objects of power, foundation, format. Departure. Okay. Need to make sure that I play that as well. Alright, so time to kick off things.
Everything's good here, Director.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there, reaching for her, trying to make her act. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a hunger in the dark. Investigation sector.
Investigation sector, huh? We should check this out.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss. So it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away. And made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man. A man desperate to escape. She sensed something else, too. A hunger in the dark. Not unlike the hostile resonance. Waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
Alan, wake up. So where it says Jesse/Dylan Faden is a bit of a clue to potentially the fact that maybe neither of them actually exist in the same plane of reality, or one is actually a figment of imagination, or maybe one was created under supernatural circumstances, or maybe both are one and the same. Just something to chew on for potentially what they might do in Control 2. So as you know the game's forward and backwards, the first one can be a little intimidating. Side quest wise can always point you in the right direction but not trying to backseat. Yeah, that's totally fair, Zaius. Even things like that, I tend to like to want to go to things that I myself get interested in, you know what I mean? So, for example, if there's something in a game that's a side quest and I'm interested in it, then I'll go for it, you know what I mean? So I sort of like to still play the games like that as well. Spectrum, are you familiar with Myst? You restarted that today after around 15 years. It's been remastered and it's so great. I'm not really familiar with Myst, had heard of it, never played it, not even the original version. But that's great that you're replaying it after that long. I know what that's like. Last year I was playing through some Legend of Zelda games that I hadn't actually played for probably 10 to 15 years. There was even a game called Secret of Evermore that I played that is on the Super Nintendo that I hadn't actually played for 10 years, I think it was. No, 20 years, that's right, 2003. Around 20 years, 19, 20 years ago was when I played that game, and then I played it last year. So yeah, so I know what that's like. But that's cool. It's been remastered too, as well. Ryu, Johnny, and Cole get along about as well as you'd expect, like chalk and cheese, milk and orange juice. Granted, hardly a lot of people get along with Johnny. Well, that's true. Johnny Cage is one of those characters in Mortal Kombat that's like that. So we might be getting a new TV for next-gen gaming. Excellent. That's awesome. That would definitely be great too. Take advantage of all the things that has to offer. Zeus, I pay you money, you carry the bags. Or is that too complicated? No, I got it. Thank God I didn't ask him to park the car. Zeus, the carpet looks like The Shining. It sure does. I like that attention to detail. Sam Lake, who is heavily involved in Alan Wake and Control and Max Payne and, pretty much every Remedy project. He's a big fan of Stephen King stuff. So there's a lot of that in Alan Wake even. Yeah, Ryu, Alan Wake himself. And that's actual live footage of the actor as him too. Absolutely, dude. So Matthew Peretta voices Alan. In Alan Wake, he voices Alan not only just in the actual in-game version of Alan, but also in the cutscenes where you see the live-action Alan. But the actual actor who physically embodies Alan in the live-action is actually someone different, Ilka Vili. In the remaster of Alan Wake, they actually changed the in-game character model so it actually has Ilka Vili's face, because in the original version of Alan Wake, Ilka Vili's face is only seen in the live-action portions, whereas the in-game character model doesn't look anything like him at all. So they fixed that for the remastered version. And so every time you see live-action Alan, even in Control, it's always Ilka Vili doing the actual acting, like the physical acting, I should say, in live-action, and it's always Matthew Peretta doing the voice across all the versions of Alan, both in-game and live-action as well. So I think I've covered those videos that are related to Alan Wake. So now it's time to enter the elevator. Investigation sector. Needless to say, and I've already said a lot of spoilers for Alan Wake, needless to say, there's going to be a lot of spoilers for Alan Wake because the events depicted in this DLC actually take place after Alan Wake as well. So just a heads up about spoilers for this DLC. I mean, all throughout the playthrough, I've had spoilers on for Alan Wake and Control. Even in the main game, there's a document related to Alan that I went over as well. But in any case, let's jump into the investigation sector and kick off this DLC proper. Spectrum, oh no, you're gonna have to go then. And of course, it wouldn't be a stream without static. What's a stream of Control without that audio static? I tell you what, it's not actually a stream of a game like Control that does that if there's no static. I love that static that just happens, for games that both I know it happens to and it still happens for, and games that I possibly don't even know yet that it happens for. So I wouldn't be surprised if all through the playthrough of Mass Effect 1 I'm going to have to deal with that too, as well with the Legendary Edition. But anyway, I digress. Thanks for pointing that out, Spectrum. And yeah, you're going to have to go then. Considering you've watched... You've been watching the Alan Wake playthrough that I did recently in the VODs. Nice one.
Hello? Anyone here?
Guess not.
What's really cool about this DLC as well is because Alan Wake, the game, deals with light and darkness, not only thematically and symbolically, but also in gameplay. Because the enemies in Alan Wake that are called the Taken have been people overtaken by what's called the Dark Presence, but they've been overtaken fully, so there's no way to actually save them. But the only way to defeat them is to shine light on them and destroy the outer shield of darkness that's on their body. And then once you've done that, because the darkness is still inside of them and it can't be taken out of them, you need to wait until you've got the outside darkness shield taken off them, and then you can actually kill them. And that's the only way you can stop them. So there's a lot of lighting mechanics and everything like that in Alan Wake that they also put into Control as well. I mean, Control as a game anyway has its own really cool lighting and stuff that they do, but in this DLC it's the Alan Wake style mechanics of light and using light to dissipate darkness that gets brought over into this DLC. Darling Investigation. Official Findings Report. Dr. Casper Darling. Internal Confidential. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, Internal Investigation D0845 was launched into the ethical practices of Dr. Casper Darling, Head of Research. Despite the accounts of anonymous redacted regarding inhumane treatment of a redacted currently housed in the Bureau, our official findings regarding this were inconclusive. Numerous obstacles arose during this investigation. The majority of redacted sector personnel seemed to be wholly unaware of any such redacted contained there. One redacted confirmed the redacted's code name to be redacted, but all files pertaining to that name were inaccessible, being classified under the highest clearance level. Investigators were similarly blocked from entering the redacted research wing to interview its staff. The matter was further complicated by the lack of clarity on whether non-human paranatural entities warrant humane treatment. While this investigation cannot address any charges against Dr. Darling, we do recommend an investigation into redacted research. Refer to file 9820136. What's really cool about Control is the character of Casper Darling is actually also played by Matthew Peretta, who provides the voice for Alan Wake. In the case of Dr. Darling, though, Matthew Peretta plays the character both in live action but also any voice work that you might hear of Dr. Darling.
Seems a lot more crowded than the rest of the Bureau.
Hey there, Drake. Welcome, dude. He's gonna build a telepathic wall and make the guys causing havoc in the game pay for it. It's Rod. Absolutely, Drake. I definitely am. Armed with my redacted as well. How's it going, Drake? Welcome, dude. Zayas, you've been playing Unity with your outfit dyed white, and this game just has AC Remake vibes. Looks like Altair in a more modern console. Yeah, that's the thing about the graphics of Unity, is that they really put a lot of effort not only into the detail of it, but also the quality of it, and I think that's unfortunately also one of the reasons why the game had a lot of processing issues, unfortunately, but it does look really, really cool. Drake, you're doing good, man. Just got to do some laundry. That's totally understandable, dude. Got to get the chores done and dusted. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, Drake. That's always awesome to hear, dude. Casey Inquiry. Mr. Dennis. A request came through recently from an FBI agent asking for all our files on Bright Falls, specifically on the disappearance of the author Alan Wake. Per the Interagency Information Exchange Agreement, I had some paper pushers gather up a folder of all the pre-approved files. Don't worry, all the inappropriate material is either missing or redacted, but I'm writing to let you know that we received this request from a special agent named Alex Casey. Sounds familiar, right? That's because Alex Casey is the name of the fictional detective in those hard-boiled crime books Alan Wake wrote. Pretty interesting that an FBI agent sharing a name with the most famous character Wake wrote is looking into a case dealing with a writer's fiction coming true. I think this is worth looking into, but what's your opinion? Just give the word and I'll start surveillance on this guy, Special Investigator Gleason. So Bright Falls is the name of the town that Alan Wake and his wife Alice go to in Alan Wake, and there's a lake with a cabin on it that they go and stay at. After an argument where Alice was trying to inspire Alan to write because they felt that, or she felt that maybe a different environment would help him with his writer's block. So she has a aversion to darkness. She actually is afraid of the dark, which I think obviously has an actual real life technical name that's not coming to me right now. But in any case, after the argument, there's like a blackout, and Alan leaves her alone for a few minutes. But that's when the dark presence actually takes Alice and kicks off everything. But what happens though is that Alan, when he finds some help from the sheriff, she takes him back to where the cabin was, but guess what? There's no cabin there anymore. Because the cabin, when Alan and Alice went there, was actually a complete and utter physical recreation done by the dark presence because of the magic that is in the lake surrounding the cabin. Because in the 70s there was actually a volcanic eruption under the lake or on the lake or above the lake or something like that, which actually destroyed the cabin. So Bright Falls is where Alan Wake takes place in. Alan Wake goes missing, and this is a spoiler for the very end of Alan Wake. So if you haven't played Alan Wake before, be aware that this is a major spoiler for the ending of Alan Wake. In order to make sure that the dark presence in the form of Barbara Jagger doesn't get out of Bright Falls and do worse damage, while at the same time making sure that it doesn't have any way to kind of like control anyone, turn anyone into the Taken, etc. To make that work, Alan actually has to write an ending where he and his wife Alice swap places. So Alice is in the dark place, being held there by the dark presence. Alan is in the real world, dealing with the Taken and the dark presence's influence on the real world. And to make sure that that stops, or at least makes the dark presence become dormant again, Alan has to write the ending where he ends up being stuck in the dark place, but his wife Alice ends up being freed and released into real life. So that's what they're referring to here when they say that Alan disappeared as well. Alex Casey, as they say, is a character that Alan wrote, but Control makes it that Alex Casey is actually a real person. So I don't know yet what they're going for with this or where they're going to go with it, but maybe, just maybe, in the confirmed Alan Wake 2 that's coming out this year, maybe we'll actually find out. But in any case, that's a long-winded way to say that Bright Falls is where Alan Wake is set. Alan Wake goes missing at the end of the story, and this FBI agent, who has the same name as a character that's famous that Alan wrote, is actually looking for him. Drake, you're not leaving yet. Bet you haven't met is Kula twin brother Alan Woke. Oh yeah. But then there's also his evil doppelganger, Mr. Scratch, as well to deal with. Missing agenda. Redacted 2017. Mr. Kirkland, here are latest agents confirmed missing, presumed dead, from the containment breach yesterday. Agent Jonathan Connor, Researcher Ezra Cruz, Agent Caroline Dempsey, Agent Lindsay Malcolm, Agent Charles Murray, Agent Derek Shah. Letters of condolence will be delivered to you to sign prior to sending them to their families. You will be updated as soon as additional confirmations are made. Also, per your request, a network engineer checked how many cases were backed up digitally. Unfortunately, a large number of active investigations were not archived yet, and the only hard copies of reports exist behind the firebreak. They're lost, I'm afraid. No worries, Drake. I'll see you when you get back, dude. Keystone inspection. Mr. Kirkland, we stopped at Keystone on our way to the target AWE like you asked. I'm sending my report directly to you to try and keep a lid on this Grumman-Morales desertion issue. We didn't find any sign of them here. Given their records, it is possible they've switched teams like you suspected, but I don't think that's the case. An event definitely occurred here in Keystone, and I think Grumman and Morales got caught up in it. The entire population has vanished into thin air. Reminds me of the Ordinary case. But that was just the adults, if I'm remembering the file correctly. This is different. I think our guys are casualties, not traitors. If it was an AWE, it seems to be over. We walked through the whole town, and the only strange thing we noticed were markings on various buildings. 2 overlapping circles with a dot in the shared space. Could be unrelated. I'll show you the pictures when I get back. In the meantime, you should send a team out here to cordon this place off, and maybe get the comms guy working on a cover story. Sincerely, Agent Keenum. So, Ordinary is the town in which Jesse Faden, the main character of Control, was born and lived in. Her and her brother and some other children that lived in Ordinary came across this slide projector that was in the local rubbish dump, and it has special powers. Anyway, they unleashed an entity that kind of goes inside of Jesse and Dylan, and Jesse calls it Polaris. And it's this entity that is friendly, so it's not an entity that is going to hurt Jesse or anything like that. But it's an entity that she was opened up to and has inside of her. Same with her brother Dylan. And Ordinary, basically all the adults go missing in the town, which is a reference to Stephen King's story Children of the Corn. Not 100%, but the idea that a whole adult population goes missing is in Children of the Corn, except they don't go missing. They get killed by the children because there's a evil spirit that exists in the cornfields that basically influences the children to kill all the adults that actually live there. And so this sort of like religion forms by the children around this evil spirit. They did a movie of it, which was then turned into multiple sequels, so there's probably 13 movies by now. But the main focus of the story in Children of the Corn was that happened, and a couple who are driving are needing to get some fuel or something like that. I can't remember exactly. And they stop off in the town, and needless to say, they find out that something really weird's going on. All the adults are missing. The children have this, cult that's formed around this evil entity, and all hell breaks loose, and then they did 50 sequels. So that's the part of it that is referenced here. Just the idea that a whole town's population of adults just completely disappear. In Control's case, they just disappeared. In Children of the Corn, they actually were killed off. Tractor supplement. Burrow tractor. Altered item 82KE. Note: miscommunication led to a local coroner examining the body of William Burrow. Burrow William, male Caucasian. Case summary: 33-year-old man found dead on his property. Per police report. Remains obtained for coroner's office also include blood, urine, bile, stomach contents, and bone fragments. Autopsy findings: blunt force injuries to the head. A. Lacerations to the left ear and cheek. Blunt force injuries to the extremities. A. Dislocation of the right knee. B. Complete avulsion of the right upper extremity with associated fracture of the proximal right humerus. Extensive trauma to the abdominal region. A. Complete avulsion of multiple organs including stomach, heart, liver, pancreas, kidneys, and portions of the large and small intestine. All are missing from the scene. Conclusion. It is my opinion that Mr. Burroughs' death is not the result of a mechanical accident, as claimed by authorities. The removal of organs is consistent with an animal attack. Resignation letter. Redacted of Redacted 2019, to whom it may concern. It is with great anger and regret that I tender my resignation as Head of Investigations for the Federal Bureau of Control. I do this in protest of the rampant disregard for my department's redacted. My staff cannot continue to work in these conditions. Previous requests and warnings have fallen on deaf ears, so I must now rely on my actions to speak louder than my words ever could. I blame this situation on our redacted, who has routinely ignored my requests for assistance in reclaiming the parts of the investigation sector lost to the redacted loose inside. I will never forget the screams of brave agents begging for us to open that firebreak. I will carry that shame for the rest of my days. The redacted has failed his agents. I shall never forgive him for that. Sincerely, William Kirkland. Staffing issue. Mr. Dennis. So yes, there's an increase in AWE cases, and yes, it would be a good idea to put together a special task force to examine exactly why that is. However, it seems that a tiny little detail has slipped through the cracks. We don't have the damn staff. If you expect us to detect, investigate, and process more AWE cases, you need to give us more people. It's simple math. Between the staff we lost in the Hartman thing, and the ones who left for other departments after Kirkland quit, we're barely managing to keep up with the workload. Hell, just filing the paperwork for all the older items we left behind in the sector has been an ordeal. Another thing, and this is going to sound paradoxical, but we have an overcrowding situation. This lobby isn't meant to accommodate a whole sector's worth of staff. We put forward a motion to move investigations to a more suitable location months ago. It better not still be sitting on your desk. The people are getting restless, and, as Kirkland's interim replacement, it's your job to handle it. Best regards, Agent Grayson. So the name there, Hartman, is actually related to Dr. Emil Hartman, who is a character in Alan Wake. He's a character that is a kind of like psychiatrist, psychologist for creative people. So if you're an actor who's been struggling with some kind of issue that is affecting your work, he will actually, take you to his clinic and give you help, etc. However, he does have an ulterior motive, especially when it comes to certain creative people. And in Alan Wake, when Alan and his wife Alice go to Bright Falls, it's discovered by Alan that his wife Alice actually rang Emil Hartman to talk to him about the issues that she was having with Alan that were also affecting his work. And he basically invited her to bring him to his clinic in Bright Falls. So when Alice and Alan go to Bright Falls, Alice not only wanted to try and help him get his writing back on track, but she was hoping that he would also go see Emil Hartman. But anyway, Emil actually just wants to use Alan's skills as a writer in conjunction with the power of the lake, Cauldron Lake, to actually bring things to life. He actually worked with a poet named Thomas Zane, and they were friends. But Thomas Zane also had a bad experience with the Dark Presence through using the magic of the lake to bring things to life, and in Alan Wake it covers all that kind of stuff. But in any case, Hartman is a character that was in Alan Wake, and he'll be in this DLC, but not 100% the same way that he was before in Alan Wake. Firebreak, that's where we need to go. Sector office, let's check this way before move on. Cauldron Lake update. Federal Bureau of Control, to Chief Investigator Dennis. It happened again, third time this year. Something certainly has it out for our redacted. Could be raccoons, the locals certainly complain about them enough. But why the hell would raccoons keep going after a monitoring station? Doesn't add up. Anyway, I've got a bureau tech going to the site next week to take a look. Next on the list of recurring problems is the staff at the Lake House Research Station. How am I supposed to effectively keep an eye on Redacted Lake if they won't let me see any data? Cauldron Lake. Hell, I don't even know what they're researching out there. We need to petition them again to share their info with investigations agents. It's only a matter of time before this redacted hits again, and I want to be prepared. Anyway, if anyone at HQ asks why the Bright Falls report is a little thin this month, tell them it's because we couldn't take any readings. In the meantime, I might invest in some raccoon traps. Sincerely, Agent Emilio Estevez. Underhill background. Regarding Dr. Raya Underhill. Dr. Raya Underhill is a professor at the University of Woodrow in the United Kingdom, where she teaches biology with a focus on botany. Dr. Underhill once worked with the Bureau as a parabotanist stationed in the research sector of the Oldest House. She served with no incidents or demerits and is praised by those who formerly worked with her, including Dr. Darling. Dr. Underhill has no known connections to paracriminal organizations or any record of breaching her NDAs since leaving the Bureau. Her civilian behavior has been ideal, with the exception of an ongoing personal relationship with Dr. Darling that appears to have begun during their time as co-workers in the research sector and revisited intermittently ever since. Depending on the duration of her work in the Oldest House, it may require to have both parties sign a relationship clearance form. This investigation has found no compelling reason to deny Dr. Darling's request to offer Dr. Underhill an interim position with the aim of finding a solution to the mold threshold issue. Refer to file 708-5286 for full report. Actually, I don't know if I spoke to that character after the events of Control, so sorry about this, but I want to actually just double check while I think about it. Because she's a character that Jesse meets in the main game, and she's mentioned in that document, so I may as well double check to see if there's any dialogue with her. Damn it, I won't be able to get up there that way.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. There's something I didn't actually pick up. Jesus Christ.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.25. Underhill sent us down this weird-ass threshold looking for whatever's making all these vegetables sprout. I will say this, it smells delicious.
There we go, that's one I hadn't found and collected.
Ramsey, Ranger Captain, note 7.28.
Alright, I already played that one. That's the one I wanted. There we go. Alright. This is the actual area where Dr. Raya Underhill is, the character that we just read about in that document. Almost there.
Do you need something?
I don't know if I've played these before, because when you've already played through these, the way that the options for dialogue appears doesn't strongly indicate that you've already actually done it. It would have been good if they put like a tick next to the thing or something like that, or when you highlight it, make it red so that you've already done it or something. But just for the sake of completion for the main game content, even though this is actually supposed to be focused on the Alan Wake DLC, I'll just play this just to cover it in the whole playthrough.
I assume you'll be staying with us until the mold is eradicated.
Indeed. Until I find a permanent resolution to this pesky fungus business, I'll be here. Perhaps even beyond that, seeing as you are quite understaffed at the moment. Though I hardly have a say in my own comings or goings. Your oldest house won't open the exits until those hiss monstrosities are cleared out.
Glad to have you along for the ride. Will the mold be under control anytime soon?
We were barely containing it with weakly controlled burns. Just look at how it has spread after a few days of non-interference. It's beyond the threshold now. The floodgates are open.
So that's a no.
Americans.
With Darling gone, I'm putting Emily Pope in charge of the research sector. Are you okay with that?
Perfectly. You have pulled Excalibur from the stone, and now decree as you see fit, O Queen. What a true meritocracy we live in.
Glad to hear it. I had a dream. Or something like one. Darling was there. He told me something, but I can't remember what. I think he's gone.
Right. Well, he's never where one expects him to be, is he? Well, thank God. I can finally stop writing these tedious reports that I'm sure he never even took the time to glance at. If you speak to him again, can you tell him I hope he found what he was looking for.
I'll try.
I should be getting back to work.
Okay, good. So I hadn't actually gone to speak to this character Underhill when I was doing the main game content after finishing the main game story. So that's good. We got that dialogue. That document, though, that we read, that's part of this DLC, is still relevant to what we just actually went through too, because in that document it spoke about how Dr. Darling and Dr. Underhill here actually had romantic feelings for one another. And so when Jessie tells her now that she thinks Dr. Darling's disappeared, that's why she has that reaction. But then she composes herself and, you know, goes the more kind of like analytical, professional kind of response kind of thing. So anyway, that's that covered.
I'll see you later, Rhea.
Dr. Underhill, if you please.
So now to go and continue on with the Alan Wake DLC. I forgot to mention at the start of the stream too that it's Tuesday for me, and so on Tuesdays I actually do 2 separate stream sessions. So depending on how things go, if I finish this DLC in this stream that you're currently watching, then I might be actually starting Mass Effect in my second stream. That would be later on. But if not, it'll be this game again. But that's quite a few hours from now that I'll actually end this stream and take a break and then come back with another stream. So I potentially could actually finish this DLC in this one stream that you're currently watching. I'll just have to play it by ear. Ballistic ground slam boost. Trench, official warning. Kirkland, I'm growing tired of your blatant attempts to lay your incompetence at my doorstep. I know you want this to be true, but you are head of investigations. This failure is your responsibility. What did you think would happen, holding a dangerous specimen in investigations? The containment sector exists for a reason. They are better trained and better equipped for this type of work. In fact, they have admirably taken on certain AWE monitoring responsibilities that your staff are no longer capable of. This happens more and more now. And don't think your petty internal investigations have gone past my notice. You are a worm. Everything I've done has been for the benefit of the Bureau. The Prime Candidate program only failed because of Darling. You are both failures, plotting against me. You are traitors, but the truth will emerge out of you. You are choosing to become my enemy, Kirkland. You don't want to be. Zachariah Trench, Director of the Federal Bureau of Control. I'd love to do an impression of James McCaffrey doing this voiceover, but I don't want to try, because he does such a great job. And James McCaffrey is also the voice of Max Payne. Director Investigation. Official findings report regarding Redacted. Per authorization from Mr. Kirkland, Redacted was launched into the Redacted of Director Zachariah Trench. A recent change in Redacted witnessed in Director Trench, including aggressive Redacted when redacted with other staff, has been observed. However, this investigation is aimed at interpreting this issue rather than proving it. Notable Redacted between Director Trench and Dr. Darling has been witnessed by numerous Bureau staff. Although both declined to meet for an interview on the matter, witness accounts suggest their arguments center around the Dimensional Research Wing and the Redacted kept inside. However, no evidence exists to confirm Dr. Trench's Redacted as anything more than interpersonal disagreements. This investigation has concluded that Director Trench's behavior is not indicative of any Redacted and that his fitness to lead is not in question. Refer to the file Redacted for full report. So, the memo that we just read was the Director Trench of the Federal Bureau of Control, at that point sending a letter to Mr. Kirkland, basically telling him, you know, what's what and all that type of stuff, about his investigation. And so now we have this where Kirkland actually, you know, basically agrees with, you know, Trench and drops stuff. And that's why he's saying that, you know, his fitness to lead is not in question. Tractor procedures. Burrow tractor, altered item 82KE. Item is not in Bureau custody. None known. A Frank Elk tractor, olive green, dried blood on the grill when last seen. Item is capable of vocalized responses, or growls, and unmanned locomotion. Considered highly aggressive and dangerous. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after the death of William Burrow, owner of Burrow Farm outside of Trenton, Texas. Local authorities arrived on scene after an employee found the mutilated body of Mr. Burrow beneath his tractor. Police arrived, but were immediately driven away by the tractor. Panicked calls to federal authorities were intercepted by Bureau communication staff. A team was dispatched. Upon arrival, the agents approached the item. It responded by growling like a bear. 3 agents were injured when they tried to detain the item, which escaped. Aerial searches for the item are ongoing. Speaking to Mrs. Burrow only revealed that she had a domestic altercation with Mr. Burrow earlier the night of the incident. Whether these events are connected is currently unknown. Alrighty then. Grab that.
Gate should open.
Ethics Investigation. Official Findings Report. The Prime Candidate Program. Per authorization for Mr. Kirkland, Internal Investigations P1429 was launched into the legality of the Prime Candidate Program redacted by the Federal Bureau of Control. Since all known subjects relevant to the investigation used executive privilege to decline interviews, very little first-hand information was gathered. However, anonymous sources and documentation declassified by Mr. Kirkland both paint an alarmingly clear picture of systematic redacted and redacted were brought into the oldest house and placed under redacted examination and testing with the aim of appointing one as director upon maturity. This program has produced no successful cases and only resulted in the traumatic redacted of paranaturally inclined redacted. Not only is this in breach of the ASH Act, but it flies in the face of basic human redacted. This investigation team unequivocally redacted the Prime Candidate Program and recommends that it be redacted immediately. Refer to file 9820136 for full report. So Director Trench, who was the director before Jesse arrived at the building, he actually kickstarted off what was called the Prime Candidate Program. And the program's goal was to identify individuals who, at a later date, could potentially become the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. And one of those is Dylan Faden, who is actually Jesse's brother. But Jessie Faden herself was also considered a prime candidate, but they couldn't find her, but they could find her, but they were just having surveillance on her and all that type of stuff. So essentially, when Jessie arrives at the Federal Bureau of Control building, unbeknownst to her, she has also been someone that is considered director material. And that's why when she actually picks up the weapon that she has, the service weapon, she becomes the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. Because it's not just a decision that the current director makes as to who replaces them, but it's also an entity known as the board that exists on the astral plane, which is connected to the oldest house, which is the building that the Federal Bureau of Control operates within, that they discovered at some point in time, and then they basically put the bureau there, and that's why there's all these sorts of things that are happening in the oldest house. And Trench was corrupted by the Hiss, and they took over him, but he actually shot himself before things could go even worse, and that's when Jessie found him dead on the ground, and she picked up the service weapon. Specimen Escape Assessment. Official Findings Report. Incident A49. Internal Confidential. The purpose of Internal Investigations X0397 is to examine the containment failure of Specimen SI-1 that resulted in the deaths of redacted agents. An inspection report of the containment equipment 3 days earlier showed no faults. Investigators suspect human error to be the cause, yet no department has provided any evidence to support this. Technicians were able to recover the researchers' notes on the specimen from the internal network. On the redacted of redacted, the specimen began displaying a sharp increase in aggressive redacted. Cross-referencing that date with various logs found only 2 events inconsistent with the sector's daily routine. 1, the air filters were changed, and 2, an hour prior to the incident, a civilian named Alice Wake, entered the sector regarding an unrelated investigation. See Interview 65 F124. Given their connection to the same AWE case, it is likely that Mrs. Redacted's presence is relevant to the specimen's escape and to the redacted investigation is ongoing. Refer to file 623-0721 for full report. So Alice is the wife of Alan Wake, and she actually is still alive, thankfully, in the real world. Alan is still stuck in the dark place, but she can sometimes hear his voice coming through certain things. Sometimes she can see him and all that type of stuff. So there's some small way that Alan's able to actually influence the outside world enough to be able to make his presence known to Alice. But as yet, he hasn't found a way to both leave the Dark Place while at the same time making sure that the Dark Place doesn't get overrun by anything else, or that the Dark Presence itself doesn't actually get loose. So that's why it's a bit of a difficult thing, because you can't just write that Alan can't just write, I just woke up and I was out of the Dark Place, and the Dark Presence never bothered anyone again, the end. Because if he writes that as the ending, he's still mentioning the Dark Presence, so the Dark Presence still has an existence in the world that is created. Therefore, it still potentially has the, potential to rise up again, or worse, break free of its confines completely and take over the world. But yeah, Alice Wake's visit to the Federal Bureau of Control is after the events of Alan Wake, and so far he's been in there for 10 years, in the Dark Place. And because I'm such a big fan of Alan Wake, and I'm really invested in the character, and also invested in seeing him escape the Dark Place, I sure damn hope we get to do that. If not in Alan Wake 2, maybe in a potential Alan Wake 3 if Alan Wake 2 ends on a cliffhanger or something.
I'm no detective, but something definitely happened here.
The Blessed Organization. Paracriminal Profile. The Blessed Organization. This group/individual has operated outside of the Bureau's notice for decades, perhaps longer, displaying a level of skill and caution rarely seen in paracriminal groups. A review of past cases has found various mentions of their activity over the years. In 2016, a production company called Blessed Pictures was connected to an altered item case, as well as the death of an agent from exposure to illicit paranatural materials. In 1994, a Los Angeles-based public speaker named Chester Bless was involved in the illegal use of an altered item. In 1988, a business called Blessed Repair and Service was suspected of involvement with an object of power case, perhaps even creating it. None of these businesses or individuals have ever been located. However, their connection to appearances of altered items and objects of power is too direct to be considered circumstantial. An arrest order has been issued for any persons believed to be involved with the Blessed Organization. Refer to file 7390922 for full report.
Do we know each other? This feels familiar. I can't seem to... I've forgotten it. I'm sorry. My name is Alan Wake. Who are you? Who are you? Do I know you?
I'm your friend Tom. Tom Zane. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom. The poet. The diver. You look different.
That was just a role. A character. The protagonist I played in my old film. I'm a filmmaker. An auteur like yourself. We're working on this together, remember? An artistic collaboration. You need a drink. Keep this.
Endless darkness. Nothing holds still.
But we're very close now. You've been writing. Found a way to escape. It'll work this time.
Riley!
You found a way!
No! I don't... Wait. There's something. It's my double. He's out there. I've seen it.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. I'm dealing with it. It's fine, my friend. Let me handle him.
You've met him? What the hell?
Now, come on. You misunderstand me.
That was the Alan Wake? The famous writer? He disappeared years ago. It was all over the news back then. And Thomas Zane was with him. The poet. No, wait. He was a filmmaker. I always remember that wrong.
Okay, so there's so much to unpack there about what was happening there. And I'm still piecing it together myself, because this is only my second playthrough of this game, but also this DLC as well. But the doppelganger, or the double, same difference, means the same thing, that Alan's actually referring to is Mr. Scratch. In Alan Wake, at the end, Thomas Zane tells Alan that his friends will meet Mr. Scratch shortly. Here's where it gets confusing. So there's a game called Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Many consider it Alan Wake 2, but it's not. In fact, it's not actually a 100% sequel to Alan Wake. What it is a spin-off that Alan himself is writing while inside the dark while inside the dark place, coming up with an attempt at escaping from the dark place, an attempt to defeat Mr. Scratch and also be reunited with his wife Alice. But it's all fictional. It's not something that actually happens. So the Alan Wake 2 that we're getting this year is the actual sequel to Alan Wake. But in the Alan Wake American's Nightmare, Mr. Scratch is the villain of that game, and Alan defeats him in that, but as I said, it's not actually true events that have happened. It's actually fictional. So what we see there now with Alan speaking to Thomas Zane, when he mentions Alan's doppelganger, it means that his doppelganger is well and truly still out there in the real world, causing issues, just not what was shown in American Nightmare, if you know what I mean. Now it gets confusing even more, because in Alan Wake, Thomas Zane was a poet, and he ultimately had to go into hiding, so to speak, and he was a diver anyway. That was his hobby. He liked to dive underwater, so he decided to get up into his diving suit and escape from the cabin and everything like that, so he could be a help to Alan later. But Control makes it that was just a fictional character that was written by Alan, that he didn't really exist in real life, you know what I mean? And so Thomas Zane is really just an actor, but also a filmmaker as well. So that's kind of trippy, because in Alan Wake, we're led to assume that Thomas Zane is either a character that was written by Alan but was brought to life so he's real in the real world, or that Thomas Zane wrote Alan and created Alan and brought him into the real world. But yeah, it's so convoluted, it's so very complicated, but maybe Alan Wake 2 will actually clear up some of this stuff as well. But it seems like what I'm leaning towards is I believe that what it's actually saying is that Thomas Zane, as we see him in the Alan Wake game, is completely a fictional character. It's just that he was brought to life by the story that Alan was writing, but the actual Thomas Zane is a filmmaker and actor in real life. That's what I think they're getting at with this whole thing, with the filmmaker actor named Thomas Zane as well. Sorry, I just thought of something. I wanted to get away from the static sound from the television, just so I could actually say this comment. I just forgot to mention too, in that whole cutscene, there was actually a close-up of a television set with Night Springs appearing on the screen, and then there was a quick flash of Dr. Casper Darling doing some kind of weird woo towards the camera. It's very fast, so it's blink and you miss it, but I like that idea. In some ways, it's saying that maybe Control's events are actually part of a Night Springs episode, or perhaps, maybe, just maybe, it's actually a movie called Control. I don't know, that's just me throwing that out there. I don't know if that's actually what that is supposed to be referencing, or potentially saying, but you never know.
Dr. Emil Hartman, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman, broke loose, killed everyone it could, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came, a resonance. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change. Dr. Emil Hartman was desperate. The Federal Bureau of Control had stolen his life's work. This was his last chance, his final experiment, what he'd been too scared to do before. Hartman dove into the lake, was taken, devoured by hungry darkness, became the thing that had been Hartman. Only an echo of him remained, fragmented impulses on autoplay, violent, bloodthirsty darkness in the driver's seat. Emerging from the lake, the thing was captured by the FBC, brought in, contained, studied. The thing broke loose, killed everyone it could. The FBC fell back and sealed the sector. The thing was alone in the dark, lurking, roaming, waiting. Then something else came. Not darkness, but similar enough. A sound, a resonance. It shouldn't be a surprise. If there's one, why not another? The darkness inside the thing could have been immune, could have resisted, fought, could have been passed by, passed through with no effect. But it didn't, and it wasn't. Maybe it had grown weaker over time, not aged. It was timeless, but weaker with no link to its source. A metamorphosis followed. The thing that had been Hartman went through another change.
So Emil Hartman, as I said before, was a main character in Alan Wake, and after the events of Alan Wake, he was actually found, or he survived what we saw happen to him at his clinic in Alan Wake, and he decided to do a final experiment with the lake, and that was to literally jump into it. Because remember I was saying how Emil Hartman actually wanted to use the power of the lake and Alan's writing to make whatever he wanted to become a reality? He figured that another way to potentially do that was to jump into the lake itself, because maybe he thought that by doing it, it would grant him some kind of power, you know. But all it did was basically corrupt him and, turn him into a monster. And when he comes out of the lake, the Federal Bureau of Control, which had set up a watch over Cauldron Lake since the events of Alan Wake, captured him and brought him to the Bureau. Now that entity, the Resonance, that Alan spoke about just now, is the enemy in control, which is the Hiss. So what happened was, when Hartman was brought to the Federal Bureau of Control and contained, when the Hiss broke out, the Hiss actually went into the thing that had been Hartman, and has given him a combination of powers from the Hiss, but also the Dark Presence as well. And so essentially Alan was saying there that instead of stopping the Hiss from entering into it, i.e. the Dark Presence that is controlling Dr. Hartman, he decided, it decided instead to embrace the Hiss and sort of like combine forces in a way. Hey there, Mauler. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. Welcome everyone to the stream. Thank you for joining Mauler's raid. I really appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing well. Desmond, welcome to you. How's things going? Etu, welcome to you as well. I hope things are going good. Quiet Casey, welcome as well. Hope things are going well. Ronnie, welcome in, dude. How's things going? Hey, Mauler. Hope you had a great stream. Hope it went really, really well. And Etu, thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate you doing that. Ronnie, what's the plan? Welcome, Ronnie. So the plan is we are doing the Alan Wake Experience DLC for Control. This is the final bit of content that I'll be doing for the playthrough. I played through the main game and got that completed. I've also done the Foundation DLC. I got that finished in yesterday's stream actually. And so now we're doing the Alan Wake focused DLC for Control. Desmond, hey Rod, doing good here. How's the stream going? Excellent, Desmond. Glad to hear that things are going well. It's going good. I'm loving my replay of the whole game, including the Foundation DLC, as well as this DLC as well. It's such a great game. And this is getting... Now that we actually know there's an Alan Wake 2 coming out this year, because even by this point it was sort of like speculation, was there going to be an Alan Wake 2 yet? But there is, and this has got me even more hyped for the Alan Wake 2 game as well. And when that game actually comes out, you can bet your ass that I'll be actually playing that game. In fact, what I'll be doing is I'll be playing Alan Wake, Control again, and then I'll be playing Alan Wake 2 as well. Maybe I might even play Alan Wake's American Nightmare as kind of like a little side bonus sort of thing. Morley, you met Roberts and failed an attempt at the ghost ship, lol. You did? Oh no. But that's you'll get it though, Mauler. You'll defeat it. Just keep on at it. But that's great progress, dude. Bartholomew Roberts. There's actually a cool reference that is made to Monkey Island. I don't know, the mission where you go and you have to escape with him on his ship. He actually says, "There's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face," which is what LeChuck, the main villain in the Monkey Island game, actually says when a member of his crew walks into his cabin and starts talking to him, and he's like, "Are you glad to be, on my crew," or something like that. He's like, "Oh yes, sir, I'm so happy that you and your crew came aboard my ship, murdered everyone aboard," But there's so many great parts of that game. There's a lot of references actually to Monkey Island in that. Control is an amazing game, top 5 story game, easy. You forgot your emote, shaking my head. That's absolutely no worries, Mauler. Thank you so much for bringing the raid, and I don't blame you to have it in your top 5. It is a really amazing game, great story. I also love all the stuff that it brings to the table on its own. I mean, the Alan Wake stuff is awesome. It's a bonus, it's the icing on top of the cake. But Control itself is definitely, a great game that brings a lot to the whole universe that has been put together. So I think it's really cool. You aren't really strong enough, but you decided, what the heck? You also went into the West Indies. That's understandable, Mauler. Like, hey, you may as well try. You never know. Even if you're not 100%, and to be honest, you don't have to, get everything upgraded on the ship, but I always like to anyway, because it makes it a bit easier. But that's definitely no worries, and that's great progress that you got to the West Indies. Mauler, what has become defeated? I don't know. That's actually interesting. Not sure. There's also something else that you can become as well, especially when you're playing Control. Mauler, it's your command. Exactly. Yep, I set it up so that you can do things like that. So thanks for redeeming that, Desmond. There you go, Mauler. Detroit become violent. Oh, I should say to people that are new to the channel, I stream every day, different games on different days. Because I'm in Australia, my time zone will be different. So when it's Tuesday for some people, it might be Wednesday for me. So if you ever see me streaming a game that isn't the day, doesn't match up, then that's because for me, it's now the next day. So Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays has been Control. Thursdays has been Red Dead Redemption 2. Fridays is always Tomb Raider. So regardless of what Tomb Raider game I'm doing, that always happens on Friday, and I always play Tomb Raider games. So I play back-to-back playthroughs of the Tomb Raider series on Friday all throughout the year. Saturdays and Sundays are Assassin's Creed, and I stream those every week throughout the year. Sometimes I might take one day off of the Assassin's Creed streams to actually put another game on there, especially if there's a playthrough that I want to get done and I'm running out of time and I'd like to get it finished. I'll do that. But so I stream every day, different games on different days. I always update my About Me to show what games are on what days. Usually I wait until it turns over into the next day for other time zones, but sometimes I don't, just so that people can also see what I'm currently doing. For example, I might finish Assassin's Creed 2 like I did recently, but then on the very same day actually start the next game, and in this case it's Brotherhood that I started. So what I would do then is take off the Assassin's Creed 2 for that day on the About Me and replace it with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, for example. But we're doing the DLC for Control as well, so just a heads up that there's spoilers for not only this game itself, but also the game called Alan Wake, just as a heads up. Mauler, Detroit Become Violent, coming soon. It's going to be cool to see you play through that game like that, Mauler. But at the same time, it's also going to be quite, sad, I imagine, in some moments, especially if they end badly. But hey, I know what that's like doing something for the playthrough, even though it might not be something that is a positive result for characters, i.e. antagonizing everyone in Red Dead 2. Ronnie, you feel like you want to put your Detroit Become Human playthrough online so that scholars can study it and learn how not to play that game? Yeah, that's understandable, Ronnie, as well, to want to do that. But you did well, though, dude, because, there's so many things that could go wrong at any given time in that game. Desmond, that's how you become Mauler. I can't stay right now, Rod, but I'll be back. Absolutely, Desmond, no worries at all. Thank you so much for joining the raid from Mauler. I really appreciate it. Mauler, you're going to finish up your night and get off to bed. Much love, Rod. Work again starts tomorrow. No worries, Mauler. I hope that you have a great sleep, and I hope that work, when it starts again tomorrow, isn't too stressful, doesn't drag on, and that it goes really well. Thank you so much again. I really do appreciate it, Mauler. Dr. Ronnie, you did save Alice. Well, that's definitely good, because Alice is, such a great character. Mauler, with your playthrough in Geekies, you've seen things you've never seen before in that game. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. That, you've been able to see multiple things in different types of playthroughs. Your first playthrough, Alice and Kara died and you're so sad. Good night, friends. Much love to you all. I don't blame you, Mauler. I would have felt the same way as well for Alice and Kara. Like, that's just tragic. For those who didn't come in with the raid, highly recommend checking out Mauler's channel. He was doing some Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag. He's playing through other games in the series as well. That's his current one that he's up to. He's also a big streamer of Goose Goose Duck, and he plays with viewers. So if you're looking for a streamer that plays with viewers and you're a big fan of Goose Goose Duck, or if you're interested in actually, playing Goose Goose Duck, definitely recommend checking out Mauler as well, because he's more than happy to, give you some tips, maybe, help, make the transition into becoming a player of Goose Goose Duck a bit, smoother. And most recently, he was also doing, in conjunction with Dr. Ronnie, a charity stream to raise funds to fight against MS. So a great cause that they were streaming for. They did a stream of 4 guys, had some great fun, but also made some good progress with money towards that cause. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Mauler's channel for all that content and more from a great streamer who has a great community, very friendly, very positive, very good with chat, and you'll definitely have a fun time. You have a good night, Mauler. Thanks again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Mauler, the light switches. 3 pulls and boom, teleportation. Now that reminds me of the Langoliers. I was wondering what that reminded me of. Maybe not exactly looking like the way that the Langoliers appeared. Well, I mean, I haven't actually read the story, so I don't know how Stephen King actually describes them, and whether or not the mini-series adaptation that they did actually represents really well how they're described, but there we go.
Creepy, damp, and abandoned. Why did Wake want me to come here?
Alright, while I think of it, let's actually look at our mods and stuff. So it's a good idea when playing this game to go through and deconstruct anything that you don't use or something that doesn't seem like it's an interesting mod to have. But also, if there's a mod that you have installed that is a level 3, say, sometimes you might find another level 3 version of that same mod, yet the stats will actually be better. So for example, if we have a look at this one that I currently have highlighted, health recovery per element pickup. Sorry, evade ammo refund. I was looking in the wrong spot. So where it says evade ammo refund, it says it's plus 7%. So that's a level 3 version of evade ammo refund. If we look at this version, it's the same. So sometimes it's the same thing. I don't know if I've got an example of 2 that are different. Let's see. Okay, that's not a good example to use, of course. Maybe if I have a look at this, there'll be something similar. Or maybe not. In any case, Sometimes you'll get the same mod, the same level, but the stats will be a bit different. And there's no point in keeping a level 3 something when you have the level 4 of that something available. There we go, that'll sort that.
That doesn't look like a house shift. Do I even want to know?
This is so trippy. Something I love about Remedy's games is when they're dealing with stuff that is, either fantasy or supernatural or even technology based, they come up with some really, really cool concepts for visual things as well as lighting effects and stuff like that. I'm very much looking forward to what they've cooked up for Alan Wake 2, but not only that, they also announced recently that they're doing a Control 2 as well, which I'm also very much looking forward to. Okay, so that's a control point. Hi Bombfunk Knight, this game reminds you heavily of SCP. So what does SCP stand for?
The Hiss are already in here.
Of course, Jesse. Why wouldn't they be? The Hiss get everywhere. And the Hiss are like weeds. You pull one out and then another one just sprouts up. Hartman arrest. Official arrest report. Case 74 WA004. Hartman Emil. Victim names. Wake Alan. Anderson Tor. Anderson Odin. Redacted. Lane. Lane Rudolph. Desolé Wendy. Emerson Thomas. Redacted. Officer names: Dennis Special Agent Remy. Charges: Code 4, kidnapping of altered individuals, 1 count. Code 8, sanctions against altered organizations, 1 count. Code 37, obstruction of Bureau investigation, 1 count. Code 74, breaching the Ash Act, 6 counts. Additional notes: offenders' property seized as evidence to be used in conjunction with an ongoing AWE investigation. Offenders' personal effects have been sent to research for analysis. After being cleared by Bureau researchers, all victims have been released. Biannual surveillance orders were assigned to each, except the Anderson brothers due to their senility, and Wake, possibly deceased. Okay, so it's good to know that Tor and Odin, Lane, and Desolé and Emerson actually survived. They were, taken in by the FBC, so that's cool. Emerson's one of my favorite characters in Alan Wake. He's the dude that is a game designer, developer, who goes to Emil Hartman's clinic because he's suffering from some kind of issue, and he's basically raving on about, the things that the heads of game development studios sometimes want to put in the game, like making everything talk, from the toasters to the lights to everything. And also he says a reference to Bullet Time, which of course is Max Payne related, because Remedy Entertainment also did Max Payne 1 and 2. They didn't do 3 because Rockstar got the rights to that, and then they did Max Payne 3. But Emerson calls it Mullet Time. And so he's like, the people from marketing came back and said mullets was essentially that mullets was the thing to do in the main demographic, and all that type of stuff. Foot gossip. Hello, my feet gossip at night and now I have to wear shoes to bed. Sincerely, me. Some of the letters that you find in Control are so damn funny.
This darkness is blocking the door. So now I have to deal with an interdimensional noise and sentient shadows.
That's right, Jesse. So, Emil Hartman decided to jump into Cauldron Lake after the events of Alan Wake, and he thought that he would get great power from the lake and be able to bring to life anything he wanted through just thinking it. But unfortunately for him, it actually overtook him completely. And then when he actually came out of the lake, he was captured by the FBC and brought to this building, the Federal Bureau of Control, i.e. the oldest house. And now he is actually loose, and he was also infected by the Hiss as well. So not only is he being controlled by and infected by the Dark Presence, he's also infected and controlled by the Hiss as a combo of things. And so of course we now have darkness that we have to dissipate using light. And earlier in the stream I was talking about how in Alan Wake, when it came to the enemies called the Taken, who are people that the Dark Presence has completely overtaken and they can't be saved, in that game, to actually even kill them, you need to shine light on their outer shield of darkness, and then once you can then do damage to them and kill them, because they still have the darkness inside of them. And so here we have, in this DLC, they bring into it these sorts of like goo type things of darkness, and in this DLC we have to actually use light to dissipate it, just like Alan has to use light in Alan Wake. In the main game of Control and the Foundation DLC, you don't have to deal with this stuff, so this was something that they brought over into this DLC because this is heavily focused on Alan Wake anyway. So I thought that was kind of cool. It's a great way to bring that gameplay mechanic into this game as well.
signs it away, huh? Makes sense.
Baby.
So that was the voice of the thing that had been Hartman. And I want to go to IMDb for a moment. In the first Alan Wake game, I'll just set this up. Okay, so Mark Bloom played Emil Hartman in Alan Wake, and before he passed away he had done some work on Control as well. This game came out in 2019, and he unfortunately died on the 26th of March in 2020, and they do dedicate, I think, this game to him as well. And after he passed, I think they had to get someone else to do the voice of Hartman. I may be wrong on that though. I just want to double check that. He might have actually voiced Hartman for the DLC as well before it came out.
Whoa. Looks like the house has gotten a little wild in here.
The third thing. The sound made darker, the darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched, like a worm through time. The third thing was a monster. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. The resonance carves its way through the thing that had been Hartman, vibrating, remolding. The sound changes the darkness, and the darkness changes the sound. They both changed what remained of Hartman. They all turned into something else. A third thing. The sound made darker. The darkness made louder. Hartman was stretched. Stretched as anyone when seen from out of time, like a worm through time. Almost an Ouroboros, a spiral, a maelstrom. The gravity well of a black hole, twisting inward, tightening, taking you deeper and deeper to the bottom, the heart, and through to the other side. The third thing said, when you hear this, you will know you're in new you. He said, we build you till nothing remains. He said, under the conceptual reality, behind this reality, you must want these ways to drag you away. He said, baby, 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 yeah, orange peel. The third thing was a monster. He'd tear apart any ordinary person crossing his path. Now he crashed out of darkness toward Faden. There was nothing ordinary about Faden.
So some of what Alan was writing there is actually what the Hiss say as a chant / incantation when they talk about orange peel.
Reminder, all employees are required... Reminder, all employees are required to report their hours at the end of each month. The Federal Bureau of Control maintains that time is not subjective, and hours passed on alternative planes cannot be claimed. Astral dives do not accumulate overtime compensation. Thank you for your attention.
It's so funny, that concept, right? It's like, because we deal with locations that are not normal, i.e. different realities, different parts of reality, separate to our own, because those are happening during a different kind of time, as in, how time passing very differently. So for example, one of the places that the Federal Bureau of Control might go to, an hour might be a year in that place, but when you come back to reality, it's only just been that hour. It hasn't been a year. You know what I mean? Something like that, just to use as an example. So they don't include the hours that someone works in certain places because the time's different. So if you were getting paid like to do a 6-hour job, but you went to a reality where 6 hours was 6 months, they're not going to give you 6 months worth of money. They'll just give you 6 hours worth of money. Cellcat, thank you so much for cheering the 100 bits. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate you doing that. That's awesome of you.
Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Agent Fisher, day 6 inside the motel. Utilized surveillance methods are as follows. Fiber optic cameras slid under the individual room doors. Motion detectors in the lobby area. Tripwire, triggering a flash camera across the main entrance, even fingerprint powder on the front desk. Results are varying at best, but mostly just inconclusive and unusable. The footage is corrupted. Sometimes even the equipment is damaged. I don't know how, exactly. I think this place is making fun of me. That's the only explanation. I can hear them laughing and screaming behind the closed doors. I can hear the call bell go and ding multiple times a day, but when I look, there's no one there. I know I'm supposed to stay out of sight, but I've seen the doors closing just before I can catch even a glimpse of anyone or anything. They're messing with me, whoever they are. I think... Wait, shh. There's something. I gotta get this. Gotta get the cable out. Come on, you fiber optic fuck, cooperate. Okay, there we go. All right, that was faint, but I definitely heard movement coming from the hallway. I think I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time, or I swear to God I'll... What? Hello? Who's there? Oh, shit. I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a... Where's my...
Cellcat, what if you work for 8 hours at the Bureau, but it only feels like an hour and you get paid for a full day? Yeah, if you were working at the Bureau and it's on normal time, as in how time normally progresses, even if it felt shorter or longer, you'd still only get paid for the amount of hours that you worked, based on how time really works in our reality. But yeah, if you were working in a different reality, and in that reality time went differently than it does in our reality, then you would only get paid the amount of time that actually has happened in real time, not in the other reality's time. Which would be annoying, like you're spending so much time, but it would feel like you're, as I said, like if in another reality 1 hour of our time is like a year of their time, then when you're actually in that reality, it's going to feel like you're there for a year. But when you come back to normal reality, you've only been there for an hour. How weird would that fucking feel? Talk about jet lag, but on a very fourth dimensional way. NASA Cooperation Review. Interagency cooperation decision regarding NASA. Following the NASA-FBC Coordination Agreement of 1972, the Bureau has provided NASA with numerous technological advancements based on our research, including the black rock lining now found in all spacefaring vessels. In return, all data gathered during space missions is made available for Bureau researchers to analyze. Recently, certain individuals have raised the concern that this relationship does not adequately benefit the Bureau, either intellectually or financially. A thorough examination of the costs accrued by both organizations has shown that the expense of NASA's recent launch of the Redacted far outweighs any spending related to the processing and delivery of black rock. From its medium Earth orbit, the Redacted will provide the Bureau with an unparalleled resource for remotely monitoring and photographing AWE sites, a resource that would be lost if the partnership ends. It is the opinion of this committee that maintaining a cooperative relationship with our colleagues at NASA is of vital importance. Refer to file 381-4812 for full report. Ground control to Major Tom. Salcat, so you do a year's worth of work but only get paid for an hour. That's the worst job of all time. It well and truly would be, you know. It'd be like, oh. Not only is that song obviously relevant to, you know, space travel, I guess, in general. More specifically, the reason I was singing a little bit of that song is because in Alan Wake, when you finish the game, in the credits of the song, that's the song that actually plays, sung by David Bowie. I can't remember the name of the song though, unfortunately. That's the way my brain works. I'll remember the lyrics of a song, but I won't remember the name of the song, but I'll remember the artist who sang it. Black market. Official findings report. Illegal altered item market. A black market hub specializing in the trade of occult talismans, relics, and other assorted ceremonial objects, as well as genuine altered and paranatural materials, was raided in redacted Czech Republic by a team of special investigators. Unsuccessful attempts by suspects to escape using altered items resulted in numerous casualties and prevented the Bureau from questioning all participants. The following interrogations revealed that not only is there a vast network of these retailers, but that they seem to be gathering information on altered items and other paranatural materials from sources known to the Bureau. The Bureau's concern here is threefold. A. There is a growing underground market for paranatural materials which implies a growing awareness of their existence among a niche group of the general public. B. These criminal individuals do not seem aware of the item's paranatural powers, and their attempts to activate them could prove devastating if done in populated areas. C. The motivations of these collectors are largely unknown. Refer to file 512-0221 for full report. I don't know what they're actually going to be doing with Control 2, but maybe we'll also see some parts of the story where Jesse Faden has to go out into public and track down some of these criminals who are actually using these objects of power or altered items as well. And also, it'd be cool if there's major events that happen as well that Jesse goes to investigate as part of the story that are tied intrinsically to the main story. You know what I mean? Like maybe there might be some side missions where you have to track down someone who stole an altered item, whereas there might be a main mission where you have to investigate a town or something like that. Just for example. But who knows what they're cooking up, but I am excited anyway for whatever they're cooking up. I'm really looking forward to not only Alan Wake 2 this year, but Control 2 when it comes out, which won't be this year. It'll probably be 2025, maybe, when it comes out, because the thing I like about Remedy is that they don't make 50 games at once and try and release them in the same year like someone like Ubisoft tries to do. You know, they actually take their time with their games, and there's usually like at least a 3-year window before their next game comes out. For example, Quantum Break came out in 2016 and this game came out in 2019, so there's a 3-year difference between releases. So assuming that Alan Wake 2 comes out this year, because hopefully it doesn't get delayed, but let's hope it doesn't get delayed and it does come out this year, then maybe it'll be, 2 to 3 years until we get Control 2. Or it might be a bit shorter, it might be like 2 years. But in any case, I think that's a good time. I think 2 to 3 years at minimum is good. 3 to 4 at maximum is great if you're going to be doing something with a much larger scope as well. Like for example, Red Dead Redemption 2 took 8 years to actually come out, but it was well worth the wait. So something I think Ubisoft should do is actually scale back on how many games they're trying to release in any given year. Just focus on, 3 main games. Spend 3 years making each one, and then release those 3 in the same year so that fans of each franchise can have, a new game in their favorite franchise by Ubisoft. Instead of trying to, do 6 games at once, release 6 games in the same year, but only spend 2 years working on it. But then you get these projects that take years but haven't come out yet, like Skull and Bones hasn't come out yet. It's been delayed 6 times now, the 6th time most recently. And now the recent update for when it's coming out is anywhere between now and 2024, which is a big scope of time. So who knows, it might come out December 2024. If it does come out, maybe it'll get delayed again. But the way Remedy does stuff, for example, I actually like the way that they do it. So hopefully when we get Control 2, hopefully the time it's taken to make it will make it a great game as well. Because I'd hate to see Remedy go the route of a company like Ubisoft trying to make all these games and try and release them all in the same year. Sometimes it's good to have quality over quantity. I mean, unless you're having quantity and quality at the same time, then that's different. But if all you've got is quantity, but you're lacking in quality, it's not as good as having a small amount of games, but having really quality ones.
I might have finally caught one. Ha! The recording better work this time, or I swear to God. Hello? Who's there? I'm with the FBC. Move away from the door. I have a...
Interrogation complaint. Kirkland, so you put me on desk duty just because I did the thing I was fucking hired to do? My job? Want to know what I call that? Bullshit. Asking us to interrogate these scum without using words like altered items or AWEs or paracriminal is the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I've heard some fucking stupid things. They already know the facts. Hell, they know just as much as us, if not more, and they get to sit there laughing at us while we dance around our words, trying not to leak classified terminology. They already know the fucking terminology. If you think pulling me off the case will stop me, then think again. That piece of shit blew up those tracks. He killed those people, all to make a train turn altered. We have him dead to rights, and you need to let me back in that interrogation cell so I can get him to flip on his buddies. These people are terrorists and deserve to be treated as such. This won't stop unless we stop them. You can go ahead and put me on suspension, see if that slows me down. Agent Hewitt.
Where's me?
Nice. RT has some things for us. I forgot about that in this DLC.
Lads in here have died standing up. Lighten them up.
Ah, more plants. Alright, let's go make some new friends.
The air in here is getting bad. The vents, they are full of mold shit. It's not good for you. Headache, nausea, mold, depression. How can you tell when you are feeling? Helvetin home. Eikö siis nyt saatana pääsäis eroon?
Darkness everywhere. New day, same old bloody city, said the old way. Like tar but good for nothing. Get rid of it.
Alright, we have some work to do for Artie.
There you go. Doesn't that feel better?
Eagle Limited Altered World Event 44. A train derailment resulting in 62 casualties and numerous injuries was suspected to have been the work of a paracriminal group known as Redacted. As a result of this event, the agents discovered that one of the cars had become altered with a persistent auditory event. It remains to be determined whether the AWE was spontaneous or the direct result of the sabotage. The Bureau had been tracking said group at the time, and the intel gathered suggested an event of this caliber was imminent in Bloomington. As a result, a response team on site was able to respond to the train accident site within minutes of its occurrence. They arrived to find emergency processes underway, but also equipment left behind by the suspected group. A suspicious onlooker managed to elude agents after they attempted to make contact. Further investigation of the accident site revealed a curiously undamaged train car that exhibited an altered state when entered. This individual car was secured and transported to the investigation sector for further studies. The Shadow. Examination of paranatural entities. The Shadow. Paranatural entity A010, aka the Shadow, is an aggressive redacted consisting of 3 known types. Type A. Localized manifestations of sentient redacted, capable of occupying organic and inorganic material as well as exerting redacted over its surroundings. Type B. Shaded individuals. Human bodies redacted by the Shadow. These individuals become notably more aggressive but do seem to retain redacted of their previous selves. Research is ongoing as to whether this condition is reversible. Type C. Shaded objects, similar to Type B except that inanimate objects are redacted solely to be used as destructive tools. Each type seems to work towards a shared goal, possibly targeting certain individuals, see AWE 35, which may imply a shared link to a redacted intelligence. The threat this entity poses warrants immediate exploration of offensive/defensive measures. The investigation sector is being outfitted with additional lighting sources, some internally powered, to prepare for the eventuality of a redacted. Refer to file 634-1923 for full report.
My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds. My understanding of the darkness is fragmented, incomplete. This abyss, this void, it very much does not wish to be understood. If light symbolizes knowledge, then it stands to reason that darkness would equate to ignorance. By its very nature, it abhors comprehension. Of course, my own nature drives me to comprehend all. We are opposing forces, destined to collide. And given this conflict of natures, we know that the light of truth will burn away the darkness, both figuratively and literally. Any significant light source can be used as protection, even weaponry, against this metaphysical gloom. And then there are the artists. I know for a fact that Tom, Wake, the Anderson brothers, and Lane all had some involvement with the darkness. The question is whether their uncanny ability to affect reality through their art beckons the darkness, or did their work perhaps even create it? With Wake now secure in my lodge, I expect I shall grow closer to learning the answers to these questions. Assuming he cooperates, which is proving quite the challenge. Well, perseverance is the foundation of knowledge. Speaking of, I must be off on my rounds.
Alright, so when the recording was being played before, when I didn't go into the menu for it, there was some noise coming through on it, and the spool was still going. So I just wanted to go in and actually listen to it in that form to see if there was actually anything else. But clearly, there's not. So Hartman recorded this at some point during the events of Alan Wake, because he mentions that Alan is actually, at his clinic, his lodge, which happens in Alan Wake. Alan gets discovered by Hartman and brought to the clinic, and that's where he wakes up. Hey there, Walker Man. It's going really, really good, thank you. How's things going with you? Quick question, do you own Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order? And if you do, how do you like the game? It's a Dark Souls-like game. I do actually own it, Walker Man. I played it, not last year, but the year before. I think it was the year before, 2021. But I actually really liked it. There's some things I hope they have fixed in the sequel, or maybe not fixed is the right word. There's things I hope they do in the sequel that maybe they have, but if they haven't, as long as the game is still enjoyable, I won't mind that much. But I would have liked to have more planets to actually explore that weren't just either there for story or just there for, I can't remember if there was really many side quests really on there. But in any case, the planets that you go to are all planets that are in the story. There's no extra planets that you unlock that you can just go to do side quests on only. It's all on the actual planets itself, pretty much, and backtracking and that. But also, what I think it would be good to do is have some kind of fast travel available. Maybe put a restriction on it. Maybe make it that you can only fast travel back to your ship if you've already fully explored the planet. I don't know, something like that. Teddy, what is this game? So this game is Control. It's my Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday game. I finished the main game the other day, and I started and finished the Foundation DLC yesterday, and now I'm doing the final DLC content for the game, which is related to Alan Wake, because both Control and Alan Wake actually take place in the same universe. Welcome in. Right now Microsoft has the game on sale for $7.50, just wondering if it's worth a try. Yeah, I mean, if you like Star Wars, if you like third-person platforming games, if you like, parkour, and you like a little bit of a challenge, because you can't just run up to enemies and just button mash and then you'll win every time. There is a bit of, having to deflect attacks and get your timing right and all that type of stuff. And it has this interesting mechanic too when you want to meditate, you can actually get all your health back. It's also where you can go to actually upgrade your skills and stuff. But the only downside to it is any enemies in the area that you've killed, they all respawn. But the good thing about that is that it helps in grinding, because you can basically go through an area, kill all the enemies, go and meditate, get all your health back, and then bring all the enemies back. So you can go and rinse and repeat and get XP. Fucking hell. The thing about this game is it doesn't take long sometimes for your health to go down to 0. Well, Command, you love Dark Souls-like games because they are super hard, while you're excited for Wo Lang, Fallen Dynasty, and Atlas Fallen this year. You did love Knights of the Old Republic so much. Star Wars is your favourite movie franchise as well. You think you're going to fork up the $750 and give it a go. Oh, absolutely, Walker Man. It'll be interesting to see what you think about it. I quite liked it, and I'm looking forward to the sequel. Hey, Alessandra. Teddy, see you later. You're going to play some Assassin's Creed 2. Have a good stream. Thank you, Teddy. I absolutely will. Thanks for stopping in for a little bit. I hope that you're enjoying your playthrough of AC2. And you have fun with it as well. Alessandra, you almost made the biggest mistake of last 2 years, did you? Welcome, man. You got part of your annual bonus at your job today. You'll get the rest probably later this week. So you just ordered a Series X through Microsoft tonight. Should be here in 2 days. Oh, excellent. That's awesome. That's great to get that too, as well. Bet you'll be happy when the rest comes through. Alessandra, want to pirate character in Genshin with signature 5-star weapon. I was going to pull for Hu Tua, but your character you want more than anything comes in the patch right after Hu Tua. Oh, okay. Is that expensive, or good thing you checked Twitter? Yeah, it's always good when you can find out about something that could have ended up being like something you didn't want to get before you actually make that decision, and then that way you can avoid it. Can be expensive if you don't save up. I gotcha. Yeah.
I don't feel right. Something in this darkness is draining me.
Hartman background. Official findings report regarding Dr. Emil Hartman. Dr. Emil Hartman is an academic psychotherapist that owned and operated a recovery center in redacted WA focused on the treatment of artists struggling with creative blocks and other mental disorders. Publicly, Dr. Hartman's treatment center seemed unremarkable in its methods and purpose. Privately, however, Dr. Hartman was abusing his patients in order to utilize any latent redacted abilities that they may possess with the aim of shaping redacted to his own benefit, which has earned him a Class 2 paracriminal designation. Note, for more on the link between artists and their ability to redacted reality through artistic medium, see file redacted. Investigation has proven that Dr. Hartman's illegal endeavors were conducted alone. After being approached by the Bureau during the redacted investigation, he displayed no remorse or intention to cease his actions. Dr. Hartman was taken into custody, evaluated, and released redacted months later, having been deemed a negligible threat. His medical license has been permanently revoked. Refer to file 712-8557 for full report. Alessandro, right now you have a guaranteed 5-star character you can get, but if you get Hu Tao, it's a 50-50. You see, Hu Tao is a pyro character, and you need one, but the one you want, Deha, is also a new pyro character. So you got like 2 different characters to choose from that are both pyro and that. Yeah, that could be a bit frustrating, trying to figure out which one you actually want to go with. Welcome, man. How do you like your S-Rod? PS5s and Series S are everywhere around here, but the Series X is impossible to find in stock. Microsoft was literally the only place you could order one. Yeah, I don't mind the Series S, but then again, I'm someone that doesn't need to have the highest and best thing straight away. You know what I mean? Because, like, I haven't even made the move from... I haven't actually made the move to get a 4K television. Like, that's where I'm at, because I don't need 4K to enjoy things that I watch on television, personally. You know what I mean? I can wait years and years until I even move over to something else. But the Series S, I'm happy with it. I still want to get a Series X, but realistically, I probably won't ever get one, because I'm happy with the Series S, and by the time I could want to get a Series X, they'll probably come out with another console. You know, so it's just one of those things. Vending machine. Altered item 81KE. Containment procedure. None known. Testing in the investigation sector is currently ongoing. Description / altered effect. A vending machine is front covered in a faux wood panel. Coin operated buttons for selecting food products. The item generates and stores a variety of material, both edible and otherwise, in its rows of internal trays. Initial testing suggests the item reacts to the mind of the individual in closest proximity and will produce whatever they subconsciously desire. Attempts to cause the item to create a living redacted have consistently failed. The item was discovered in a nursing home in redacted Alberta after a resident named Muriel Redacted called a local news station about a magic vending machine. The news story reported that the nursing home staff was purposefully stocking the machine with distinctive food and objects as a way to raise resident spirits. The Bureau response team encouraged this story while confiscating the item. It's like, aw, that would have been cool for the people at the nursing home. It's like, I want a pizza. Oh look, there's a pizza in the vending machine. Cool. Alessandra, sent you a picture. You'll get Dehar for sure, since Hu Tower is a proven powerhouse, but Dehar is just sexy too. Ah, I see. Yeah. You have 4K 144 Hz HDR 600 monitor, LG 27GP 950. Yeah, see that's great and all. Personally though, I'd get so confused by all the different variations and numbers and different versions and all that type of stuff, and different, you know, frequencies and stuff. Just give me something that works and I'll be fine. Welcome man, you have a 4K gaming monitor that you have the PS4 or One Xbox both hooked into. 80% of your games are hard disks, so you would have to either rebuy a lot of games or just not play them any longer. Yeah, that's the other thing too. If you like physical copies, but you have the digital console, then you don't get a disc tray on it.
Shit. Now what? What is that?
Come on, elevator, time to go. So you don't like the light? I can use that.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. If not, I'm fine. I'll try and get a place.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous
that's a book.
And there we go, that is the thing that had been Hartman. A combination of being infected by the Dark Presence, but also the Hiss as well. Alessandra, you saw what the screen bought and wanted it for your movies and series, just wanted 144 Hz for NBA games and shooters. You spend nearly 2,000 euros for 2 screens, but they're your dream screens and will keep them till you die. You do want an 8K TV someday for movies, but it has to be 55-inch or 65-inch max. But it will be no smaller than 54-inch and not bigger than 66-inch, since that gives you some pixel density as your monitors. Yeah, so that's the thing too, like just thinking, when will we reach a point where there's no further advancements that you can do to make something visually great? You know what I mean? Like, that's my question with where, 8K, 10K, 50K, 100K, like, where does it actually ultimately end in terms of, like, quality, so to speak? Yeah, 8K for you will probably be many years away properly, yeah. Alessandro, you have very sensitive eyes to pixels, so that's why you run 27-inch to 4K. Ah, I got you, Alessandro, yeah. That's 55-inch 8K, yeah. Yeah, that'd be understandable too if there's, like a medical reason why you also need to... Well, not necessarily medical, but you know what I mean, like a health-related reason, or an obstacle to things that you need to, have something to actually overcome, Door appearance. Ocean View Motel observation report. An excursion into the Ocean View Motel and Casino discovered a previously unseen door in the lobby hallway. This door featured a spiral-shaped marking, designation door redacted. Similar to the other doors, it is locked and cannot be forced open. Alice Wake, a person of interest in the Bright Falls AWE, referred to AWE 35 for details, and the former wife of missing author Alan Wake, a suspected paralitatarian and redacted, contacted Agents Shah and Dempsey of the investigation sector using the phone number given to her in 2010 in accordance with civilian outreach protocols. The call resulted in Mrs. Wake being brought into the oldest house for an in-person interview. For a full transcript, refer to file redacted on redacted 2017. The excursion into the Ocean View Motel occurred later that same day. Determining whether this was a basic synchronicity event, if Alice Wake is responsible for its appearance, or if the door itself relates to AWE 35 is paramount. She should be returned to the oldest house, possibly even taken into the motel itself to confirm if any other changes occur. This is something else that I didn't see that it had been unlocked. Field research on Hiss entity, Hiss Corrupted Ranger, Airborne. This subgroup of Hiss Corrupted Rangers has manifested the ability to levitate similarly to Hiss Elevated Agents. However, these airborne Hiss Rangers display no telekinetic abilities and simply continue to use mundane Bureau weaponry. This evolution, being so similar to the Elevated, possibly indicates that Hiss can share permutations through a type of network or perhaps osmosis. However, the fact that this development in Hiss Rangers has only been observed in the investigation sector may indicate that an environmental factor is responsible. They could be responding to an altered item or other paranatural element found only in that sector. Or perhaps this is the natural progression of the Hiss Ranger phenotype. Not enough time has passed to determine a conclusive trajectory of development for each of the Hiss manifestations, assuming any such trajectory exists. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Okay, this room is really intimidating and all, but I know my rights. It's not a crime to try and get a book signed.
Making unauthorized contact with a dangerous paranatural entity is indeed a Bureau offense, Mr. Langston, and can be prosecuted as such.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Listen, this is being blown way out of proportion. All that happened is I heard Dr. Hartman had been brought in, and since I'm a huge Alan Wake fan, I thought it'd be cool to get a copy of The Creator's Dilemma signed. That's a book that Hartman wrote about...
We know what it is.
Okay, good. So yeah, I was just looking to fill out my Wake collection. I certainly didn't know Hartman had turned into some kind of shadow zombie.
That's a completely inaccurate description.
Whatever, listen, I'm just a desk jockey. I sort papers, do data entry, that kind of stuff. Don't come down on me like this. I made one mistake. I mean, I see people break the rules all the time and no one is pulling them into dark rooms to yell at them. Yesterday, Dave Gleason and his crew were talking to that empty spacesuit and laughing their heads off.
We're letting you off with a warning, Mr. Langston. But this is going on your record, so one more screw-up and our next chat won't be so friendly.
Great. That is just great to hear, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, is there any chance I could get my copy of The Creator's Dilemma back?
Get out.
Oh, at least give him back his copy of The Creator's Dilemma. So that is Langston. He's a character that's actually in Control that we speak to, and he's the head of the Panopticon, which is where they have all sorts of altered items under observation. Alessandra, but since you sit further away from the TV, you can do 66-inch. You don't see speed much, just for shooters, and NBA you wanted 144Hz just for smoothness. But damn, your eyes sensitive to pixels. You do, however, see perfect detail at the same time and use 100% scaling on 27-inch 4K. 1080p was great on 15-inch to 17-inch notebook, but with a bigger screen you started to get headaches, did you? Oh no. Yeah, that really sucks that that is something that you need to incorporate into, you know, decisions to buy things. And you know, it's like Saint, you know, how he can't play first-person games without getting sick. You know, it's just unfortunate that there's things like that that actually happen to some people, that they can't, you know, enjoy certain things in that way as well. But yeah, that's definitely good though that you know these things now, you know, and all that type of stuff, because then you can make a better decision about what you're actually buying. Also, your sensitivity to light, you can only use IPS screens. Okay, yeah, I haven't actually heard of IPS screens before. But then again, I'm not really that knowledgeable about technical specs for technology, because I'm more just, it's like with cars. I don't care what a car looks like or what color it is or what type of car it is. If you want to give me a car that works, as long as it works, it'll be fine. Or if I'm buying a car, as long as it works, that's fine. You know, I'm not really that worried about technical specs and all that type of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that I don't know, because I just know the basics, like that's a flat screen TV, this is HD, this is 4K, but I don't know about, you know, hertz differences and what changes it makes based on different variances and different variables and all that type of stuff. IPS is great because you get much better colors with much less light. Okay, so better colors but with less light. So sensitivity to light, it's better to have less light, yeah. Okay, so I can definitely understand that.
Brian Hennerman, 21 years old, resident of Southern Texas.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I really don't understand why I'm here.
You know what you did, Mr. Hennerman.
I do?
Tell me about Delivery Disaster.
The movie? I mean, it wasn't very good.
That's not what your review said, but we'll come back to that. Tell me where you got the movie from.
Movie night, with a, you know, a K, not an N, not night like nighttime, but...
Who contacted you? Who told you to review that film?
No one. I just did it because it looked obscure. I didn't even like the movie. I shouldn't have given such a high score, but reviewing obscure films makes you look smart. And I thought if I looked smart, I would get listeners. My podcast would take off and I could move out of my parents' basement. I may even go to college and get a film degree like I've always wanted to. I swear. I swear, I swear, I swear.
Okay, the kid doesn't know shit. I'm ending the session.
I love the Federal Bureau of Control agent sigh there. He doesn't know shit. I love it.
Movie machines. Shoom. Shim? Whatever.
I won't be doing this playthrough, but there's these arcade machines here that you can play some mini games in.
investigations.
Jesus, don't scare me like that, Langston.
If you're talking right now, I can't hear you. It's a one-way system. Try to find an intercom.
This is where we find out about the fact that Langston does actually have someone looking after his cat Alfred while he's stuck here in the Bureau while this whole mess is going down. Alessandra, the problem with IPS is that even though it's the best, it's almost twice as expensive to get higher end panels compared to VA or TN. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, the amount of money something costs.
Langston, it's me, Jesse.
I know. I can see you on the monitors. The cameras in there haven't worked since we sealed that sector off a couple years back.
Let me guess. You sealed it because of the monster guy.
Wait, did you see Dr. Hartman? Jesus, I really wish you hadn't opened that fire break. Okay, listen, you need to find Hartman and kill him before he gets out into the Bureau.
That thing is a person?
He was a person. We brought him here to study after he was, altered in an AWE. I forget the medical word for what happened, but now light physically hurts him. Do you have a flashlight?
No.
A lantern? Headlamp? Oh yeah, flare gun. Oh, Christmas lights. You could wrap them around your...
I don't have any of those, Langston.
Shit. Okay, well, I'm sure you'll think of something. I'll keep an eye on you from the Panopticon. This is kind of exciting, right?
Maybe from where you're standing.
Right, okay. Well, break a leg. Oh, why did I say that?
Okay, this Hartman thing can't have gotten very far. Let's go flush him out. Langston was right. This is kind of exciting.
It's just nice to have someone to talk to, you know? Ever since I got put in charge of the Panopticon, people treat me different, like I'm crazy for wanting to work with altered items. People just don't understand the altered items like I do, you know? I don't want to brag, but it does take a very empathetic mind to connect with the items. Still, I don't know why people are making it so personal.
Right.
I mean, the teams in research handle paranatural materials every day, and no one thinks they're weird. Well, maybe that's not true. Darling is famous for being a bit out there, but when he's weird, it's charming. Altered items really aren't that frightening once you get to know them. If you figure out what they like or don't like, you know, what sets them off, then there's nothing to worry about. I guess at the end of the day, we're still just wild animals scared of our own shadows. We're supposed to be on the same team, but sometimes it feels like it's every department for themselves, like it's a race and we're all trying to be number one. If it is a race, though, I'd say Darling is a mile ahead of everyone else. He was Trench's golden boy for years, but that relationship has gotten pretty tense, or so I've heard through the grapevine. Not that I spread rumors, just, you know, people talk. Not me, though. I keep my nose to the grind. Too much work to do to focus on those kinds of things. I need to stay focused so I can get my work done and get home to feed Alfred.
He's just gonna talk forever,
can't always
isn't he?
make it home for mealtime, so I have my neighbor check in on Alfred at 7 o'clock if I'm not back yet. She's very nice. Her name is Maria. She's older. She came to New York in the 50s to attend school and has been here ever since. She has a couple of kids. I met them at Thanksgiving. Big family. Very nice people. Anyway, she has a key to my apartment, and she gives Alfred his dinner if I'm not home. I'm gonna have to buy her a nice fruit arrangement as a thank you after this. I'm missing a lot of Alfred's meal times. She's probably gonna have to go to the store for more wet food. I'll have to remember to pay her back. Hold on, let me make a note. Pay back Maria for Alfred's food. Okay. Oh, one more thing. And buy her a fruit arrangement. All right, done. Are you a cat person? I don't think I ever asked. You seem like one, though. You'd like Alfred. He's very proper. Really carries himself well, you know? I named him after my favorite poet. Felt like a good fit. I got Alfred just before Sylvia died when I was at the Huh. You know, I don't really remember where I got Alfred from. But, boy, those two did not get along. Oh, no. Sylvia thought she owned the place. Didn't like me getting in her way, scratched me more than once when I was just trying to move her food bowl. That cat was a real asshole.
Wow.
I'm realizing now that
That's
language was
kinda
not
harsh.
entirely, professional. You see, Sylvia didn't tolerate most people, or animals, or anything. And that's what I meant when I said asshole. I would never use that word about a person. It was just, hey, there's a light flashing on the console here. I gotta, check this out. I'll get back to you later.
Real smooth, Langston.
There we have more of Langston speaking. So there we go. His cat Alfred is being looked after. So the cat isn't just left there on its own without being fed. And it's so funny the comments that Jesse makes as he's talking. There was something that he said to Jesse when he was asking her about what kinds of weapons does she have. Like, does she have a flashlight? Does she have a lantern? You know, does she have anything to wrap around her? And she interrupts him there. But that's actually a reference to Barry Wheeler from Alan Wake. And there's a moment in the game later on where he basically gets all these Christmas lights and wraps them around him. And he gets this headlamp. And he says to Alan and Sarah Breaker, who he's with at the time, he's like, it's like my flaming eye of Mordor. And that's where I got that quote from that I put the command in chat for. Hey there, hippie. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. We're just doing this Alan Wake focused DLC for Control. How's things going with you? Alessandra, you got asked if you regretted buying your 2 screens since now they're 300 euros cheaper. You just said no because you got them in the middle of the pandemic and enjoyed it when you were stuck at home. And that's the more important thing, you know, as well. That's the thing. And anything that we buy at any given time can always be, you know, cheaper whenever, later. So, you know, I say just basically buy what you think is a good price, you know, when something's at a good price, and as long as you're happy with it, that's the main thing. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her under your skin. Then you begin to make it better. Thanks for redeeming that. Arnie seems like a Beatles fan. Yeah, I don't know actually. That's the thing. I don't know about Arnie. Like, I haven't really seen any interviews or anything where he's been asked what his, you know, what his favorite kind of music is, actually. Come to think of it. Fra Mauro, AWE. Oh yeah, so we got those. Alright, so there's a side mission that I was working on too, which is clear the mold. The loading bay events and investigations. That's Eagle Limited. It's the Bright Falls one. Hippie, speaking of music, what kind of music do you listen to, Rod? So I listen to mainly metal, movie music, game music, rock, techno stuff, some dubstep, what else? Yeah, that's generally in a general sense, but sometimes even genres I'm not a big fan of might have a song or two that I don't mind. Like, I don't like rap music, but there's some rap songs I've heard that aren't that bad, but I don't like it enough to want to become a connoisseur of the genre or anything. But same with country music. Like, I'm not a fan of country music, but there's some Johnny Cash songs which I actually like. I'm not really a fan of pop music, but there's some pop music I like, depending on the artist. But generally, the pop music I like is by artists that aren't what you would call modern ones. Like, I'm not a fan of, you know, Britney Spears or Katy Perry or Miley Cyrus or anyone like that. The pop that I kind of like is more like things like, you know, some of David Bowie's stuff, and that kind of thing. Alessandra, you felt they were too expensive, but you also knew that if you wanted a bit IPS screen with those specs, you could at max save 150 euros a screen on a B brand. You took the hit and never looked back. What do you think of Deha? Send pic on Discord. You love country, but depends on artists since you love John Denver and Shania Twain. I'll have a look at that later, Alessandra. I'm not really a fan of anime, so I don't really, you know, have much to say on anime characters and how they look or anything like that. Hey ZZ, how's it going today? Hippie, David Bowie is great. Yeah, there's, I don't know all his songs, but there's some songs that I've heard of his that I like. ZZ, you like David Bowie the person, not too much a fan of his work. Well, that's understandable. But yeah, I don't really know much about all his songs. Like, there's just some that I've liked. Hippie, David Bowie reminds you, have you watched Zoolander? I haven't. No, I haven't actually seen Zoolander. Alessandra, you get it. You weren't into anime either, but you just love the game Genshin Impact. Yeah, and it's good that you do. You know, it's always good to enjoy something. But yeah, it's definitely one of those types of games that I don't play. So you'll never see me stream them. It's same with like games like Fortnite and that. I don't like that kind of game, so I don't stream those. Hippie T, I get you, Rod. Yeah, yeah. So I'm very much someone that if I don't like something, it's very hard for me to even give it a try. Because like with video games and stuff, there's some games that might not be appealing to me, but if I play them, maybe I will actually end up liking them. And then there's some that are appealing to me, but I'm not in the mood to play that style of game yet, so I'll put it on hold, kind of thing. Alessandra, it's the only game you like that on PC or game. Only shooter you have is PUBG. Love that one, but you don't really like others of the genre. Sometimes you just like one game, one genre, and not others. That's understandable too, as well. Like, and also liking only one game out of a genre, but that doesn't mean you're going to play, all of them, because it's that genre as well. ZZ, Attack on Titan and Hunter x Hunter are amazing shows. I get you. Sometimes you're only in the mood for one thing. Yeah, that's the thing, Hippie, what were some of the cartoon shows that you enjoyed as a kid? So when I was like a kid, it was shows like He-Man, Master of the Universe, Smurfs, the Snorks, what else? The Simpsons, because when The Simpsons actually first aired, I was about like 5 or 6 years old. And also like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Real Ghostbusters, what else? Spider-Man, like Spider-Man animated shows. What else? Superman, but the Fleischer cartoons, because I had a video that had them all on it. Pac-Man, they actually made an animated series of Pac-Man, so I used to watch that as well. I watched DuckTales, of course, and that. What else? It was a movie, but it was animated, called The World of Og. That was one that I loved watching. So yeah, that's just a few examples of those. Alessandra, you also usually keep to those games. Your genre is definitely open world RPGs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually going to be doing, after I finish this playthrough of Control, I'm actually going to be doing a playthrough of Mass Effect 1 for the first time. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, so I had like, a lot of the figures from that, as well as Ninja Turtles as well. Had a friend that had other ones that I didn't have, so whenever I'd go over to their place, it'd be like, it would be so cool. Yeah, ZZ, the Smurfs. Oh, Scooby-Doo. I can't believe I didn't mention that. I used to watch Scooby-Doo as well. It has, Hippie. Yeah. Yeah, it started off as shorts on another show, but then they actually did it into its own show. And if we have a look at when The Simpsons... Not when The Simpsons were created, but when The Simpsons actually first started... And then that way I can work out what age I was when it actually happened. Alright, so they began as shorts on the Tracy Ullman Show on April 19, 1987. So in 1987, how old would I have been? So I would have been 4 years old when that happened. After 3 seasons, the sketch was developed into a half-hour prime-time show and became Fox's first series to land in the top 30 ratings in the season 1989 to 1990. So it debuted on December 17, 1989. So I would have been about 6 years old, or 5 turning 6, when The Simpsons actually started airing. ZZ, cartoon-wise, considering you're 26, Pokemon, Spider-Man... Yeah, that's fair enough too, as well, But then there were things, obviously, I was, at an age where my interests changed, and so things like Pokemon just went by the wayside. Like, I knew of it, but I didn't get into it, and I still haven't gotten into it. Which probably won't change, but that's just an example of something that was past my quote-unquote time, I guess, personally. Yeah, DuckTales was cool. I actually had a video that had 2 episodes of DuckTales. One was when Uncle Scrooge inherits this really big hotel. It's kind of like a Halloween episode type thing. It's actually haunted. Or you find out it's not haunted, but that's the premise. It's actually haunted. And then there's also one with... I can't remember the name of the character, but in any case, he's at this camp for the Boy Scouts, or whatever they call it in DuckTales, and an alien crash lands on Earth, and there's some thing that it has that he comes across, and he gets superpowers. I can't remember the name of the character, but maybe someone who knows about old school DuckTales might know which episodes I'm talking about. Alessandra, you can't wait for Hogwarts Legacies and create Alessandra Black. Yeah, hopefully that lives up for the hype for people. But that's cool that you can customize your own character as well. Hippie T, Pokemon anime was good for the starter generations. You wonder if you watch Tom and Jerry? From time to time. Yeah, from time to time. And a lot of Disney sort of stuff as well. But yeah. More of a Looney Tunes fan. That's fair enough, ZZ, to get Tom and Jerry and Itchy and Scratchy confused. Yeah, Mr. Bean was really funny, Hippie T. Yeah, I remember cracking up a lot of episodes of that. I was about 12, 13 when I was watching a lot of Mr. Bean. Arcade Cabinets Procedures. Shum. Arcade Cabinets. Altered Item 40, PE. A distance of 10 feet between the items suppresses their effect. Effect only triggers on physical contact. Items are a pair of arcade game cabinets, originally designed for the games Shum, Altered Item 40A, and Shum 2, Kolga's Revenge, Altered Item 40B. The games were manufactured by Bonco Entertainment, now out of business. Despite being a popular arcade game in Japan during the late 80s, early 90s, no other Shum cabinets have been found by our investigators. When touching one of the items, while it stands within 10 feet of its counterpart, the user's mind is transported to a version of their subjective reality that resembles a video game in logic and function. Events from their everyday lives become game-like sequences in which speed and efficacy are paramount. The brain centers on a stroke-like state, as proven by EEG studies on users, which only ends after the user finishes their game, at which point they resume normal brain and motor function. That's what I need to interact with, but I want to check something first. Zizzy, Johnny English is so much funnier. That was a good movie. Haven't seen the other ones though. I've only seen the first one. Alessandra, as long as you can make your own witch and explore Hogwarts, the grounds and Hogsmeade with your Willow wand, you're more than happy with the game because that's all you expect from it. That's definitely fair too as well. You know, it's always good that a game can live up to our expectations. Hippie, Looney Tunes was great. You love Tweety. Yeah, Tweety's a great character. It might be cliched, but Bugs Bunny was all was my favorite. Alison wasn't allowed to watch TV as a kid, so you read books. Well, I mean, you know, that's definitely something that's good too, as well. You know, reading books if you're into that. I read books a lot as well, and when I was a real young, like a toddler, being able to read. I may not necessarily been able to read the text, but I could read the pictures and understand what was going on based on the imagery. So I think that's what led to me becoming more of a visual person. But I did read a lot when I was a kid and growing up. Read books like Lord of the Rings and stuff. But in recent years, I rarely read books now. I will be king, and you will be queen. Though nothing will drive them away. We can beat them just for one day. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day. That's probably your most favorite. That's probably most famous David Bowie song. Ah, so what's that actually from? Like, as in, like, what song of his is it from? Alessandra, so far your favorite RPG was AC Odyssey. That's right. Yeah, I remember you saying before that that's your favorite RPG. Oops, went to the wrong spot. Ah, so it was called Heroes Hippie. Cool. Ah, that's not where I want to go. I just want to go back to where friggin' Langston was talking to us. Alessandra, just to feel my warrior demigod in ancient Greece, what more can you wish for? Don't see it as a real AC game though, just an open world RPG. That's true, yeah. I've definitely had multiple conversations in the past with various people about it being a good RPG versus being a terrible Assassin's Creed game. So I won't really go too in detail on stuff I've already gone into detail before, but it is good that there's games that can cater to, you know, anyone's tastes. Sorry, I don't mean to come across as flippant or something. It's just that sometimes I personally feel like I'm a broken record whenever certain topics always come up on the channel that I've spoken about for years. You know what I mean? But yeah. Hippie, the kids these days wouldn't sit down to read. Parenting has become very passive, and they just gave them an iPad and leave them with it. It's actually pretty addictive for their brain. Like, they throw tantrums if they don't have their iPad while eating. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that, but the thing about every generation is that each generation sometimes forgets their own, you know, idiosyncrasies with certain stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that, for example, myself, I'm sure that there were times as a kid where I was getting upset that my parents wouldn't buy a game for me that I liked. I'm pretty sure that I would have done something like that, you know. But I think the other thing is too, as each generation comes through, because the technology that they're growing up with is more advanced each time, it means that they are learning more advanced things earlier. You know, and that's why We have situations where someone is only like 5 years old, but they know how to solve complex problems in a video game that some people who play video games when they're 15 or 20 can't get straight away. You know what I mean? Eagle Limited one. Alessandra, you agree with that? It's a bad Assassin's Creed game, but one of the better open world RPGs and your favorite. Yeah. Witcher 3 for me would still trump it though. I absolutely loved playing Witcher 3. Yeah, but despite being in the tentacle field, you just somehow really despise screens. Everything in moderation is alright. You're still in your classroom again, not much to do. Having it all to yourself again. That'd be a good feeling though. But yeah, that's understandable as well. Because if you, you know, work in that field, the last thing you'd want to do when you finish is just sit in front of a screen again. Alessandra, you love The Witcher 3 too, especially the story, but love the combat more in Odyssey, and ancient Greece has always been your thing, that's why it trumps Witcher for you. That's understandable, Alessandra, yeah. You know, because there are aspects of things that we like more, so if a game has it, even if the other game's great, if that game doesn't have it, then we don't think it's as good. Investigations AC systems. I don't know where these AC systems are. Burn the dark. In Eagle Limited AWE, which is where we're headed to. Or we were headed to. I don't know which way that is now. Alessandra, you mean Ancient Greece RPG with Demigod talk in it was a dream come true for you? That's good that it was, Alessandra. Hippie, will you start Mass Effect in next stream or this stream? It depends on when I finish this. The way time's going, I won't be able to finish this in this stream, so it might be Mass Effect tomorrow for me, when it's Wednesday. Because if I don't finish this game in this stream, then I'll do it in the next stream. When I finish this stream and have a break, and then come back with another stream, it'll most likely be this game. Alright, so that leads back to active investigations. Alright, so maybe we can't do that part yet. So let's go back this way. Alessandra, Red Dead Redemption is your third favourite RPG due to not being able to play as female in story, so you prefer Witcher 3 over it since Witcher 3 is book-based and those books were epic. Yeah, that's understandable to base whether or not you play a game on whether or not the protagonist is a woman. Right, let's go this way. Yeah, that's understandable, Alessandra. I tend to find with myself and identifying with characters, it's more for me what they might be going through that I've also experienced, or I know people who've experienced it, you know what I mean? Less so for their skin color or their gender or whatnot. So if I, like for example, if I'm playing a game like, what's a good example I could use? It actually fits the analogy I want to use. Oh, it's kind of like with Lara Croft, for example. Like, I don't identify with Lara Croft in the fact that, you know, based on that she's a woman, because obviously I'm not a woman, so I don't know how to identify with Lara on that level. But I know that Lara is one of those people that can be determined to get something done, and in some ways she can be considered a bit stubborn, but she'll keep on going until she achieves what she wants. You know, and I can sort of like identify with that desire to want to do that. You know, it's why when I play video games, some games I'll keep on trying and trying and trying, no matter how many times I die, because I'm determined and stubborn that I want to get through it. You know what I mean? So that tends to be what I'm sort of like looking for. But the thing is too, like personally, I don't need to identify on any level with any character just to enjoy their character. You know what I mean? Like, I can completely enjoy a character even if there's nothing that I can relate to about them. But we're all different, you know, and I'm definitely not one of those people that thinks people are wrong for not being able to, you know, identify with one thing over another. It's just how things go. Hey there, Shin. How's it going, dude? Aha, that's what I need to do. Need to put this in there. I think. There we go, and then we've got this. Ah, of course, that's right. That's what I need to do. Now I remember. Need to take this and put it in to there, and then move this until it lines up with what I need to dissipate the darkness for. Alright, so there was a bit of thing there. Alright. Let's take it this way. And stop it there. Is that lined up with it? Probably not. No, it's not lined up with it. Okay, back this way. Maybe I don't have to keep on... Yeah, that's better. Alright, let's see if I line that up properly. Probably didn't. Oh, good. That lined up. Alessandra, as a trans woman, you were forced to act and be a boy for 18 years of your life. You never do that again. I don't blame you, Alessandra, you know, like, because having to do that would just be feeling like you're trapped. You know what I mean? It'd be like if someone said to me, well, not like, but the idea of, you know, feeling like you're trapped and you don't want to feel that way anymore. And so, you know, in your case, it's obviously one specific thing. Whereas, like, for someone else, it might be they just want to live on their own, you know, because someone might be living with someone and they might feel like, you know what, I don't like having to live with someone. I'd rather live on my own. I feel trapped, you know, in the situation. Like, if you're talking about something like that, it's one of those things where it's understandable when people don't want to feel trapped anymore. Whatever the, you know, the context is for that. I mean, you know, sometimes once you experience the other side of things, you never want to go back and you know, have to experience again what you did before that you didn't like, you know. I guess it's like also when people have a job that they don't like and they find a better job that pays better. There's no way in hell they'd want to go back to that other job, you know what I mean? grab this and put that there. And then over this way. Alright, so we need to bring it all the way over this way. Lined up with, and I just thought of this now. Probably would make sense if I lined up, for example, this. And then that way I know when to stop this. Well, I mean, that's been covered by that now, so... Oh, good. There we go. Shin, you play female characters in video games because you do not want to stare at some dude's butt. Yeah, I remember you saying that at some point before, Shin. Alessandra, your mom actually apologized for you being trans since she told you when she was pregnant with you she did lots of drugs and alcohol and know it's the reason you am who you are, for is to you. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, like, it makes me think of things that we consider to be bad can sometimes be things that years ago were considered good, or even the other way around. You know, sometimes they find that things that were good for us were actually bad for us in the long run, but at the time they didn't realize that that would be the end result as well. But obviously whether something is good or bad for someone is subjective. Actor for hire. Dearest Hollywood, have you ever wished you had an actor who could do it all? Who could be a man or woman, an adult or child, a dolphin or a Boston Terrier? Well, today is your lucky day. My name is Gareth Clemens and I am the world's greatest actor. Not only do I have years of stage experience, but I am an accomplished shapeshifter. Whether you need a misbehaving cat, ferocious wolfman, swashbuckling pirate, or debonair southern belle, I'm your man. Or am I? I will be arriving in town May 11, 1971. And will be available for meetings and auditions beginning on the 13th. See you in the movies, G. Clemens. G. Clemens. You got proof to back up those claims that you're a shapeshifter?
It's too dark in here to fight this thing.
There we go. Alessandra, most people who are trans are so due to hormonal imbalance in their mother during pregnancy. This can be due to IVF, drugs, alcohol, stress, etc. You know from a research that was done in the Netherlands, when you were working on yourself, the hospital kept you all informed of new info. Yeah, that's something I definitely didn't know. That even stress as well. This goes to show how powerful, you know, stress can be. Shin, you might not be able to 100% in Far Cry 5 because Ubisoft made the arcade part of the achievements. Oh, did they? Really? Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate, Shin, that you won't be able to do 100%. Hey there, Harbinger. How's things going? Already 24% progress in Monkey Island 1 after 3 hours? It's so relaxing after being chased by that many rats. Yeah, definitely would be a different kind of pace of game compared to a Plague Tale, Innocence, or Requiem. That's for sure. But that's great, Harbinger, and the thing about that game is, even if you know everything to do, you can still relax with it and take your time because there's so many funny things that you can trigger as well. Different dialogue with characters, you know. Things that Guybrush will say that you wouldn't have heard him say if you hadn't have gone back to that spot and tried something, you know what I mean? Because sometimes you're trying to figure out where to go or what to do next, and through doing that you might come up against something that you never investigated before, and it keeps it feel fresh and all that type of stuff. But yeah, it's been really, really fun to watch Crooked play through Secret of Monkey Island. I absolutely adore that game. Like, I've got such a strong connection to it. Because the first time I played it, I was 10 years old. It was about 1993. I didn't have a computer, but my friend did, and he had the game. And he had the copy of the game even that came with the pirate wheel. And what would happen is, when you loaded up the game, it would do a random image of a pirate's face made up of a top half and a bottom half, and a year. And what you'd have to do is you'd take the wheel and you'd spin the top around so that the top part of the pirate's face matched what was on screen, and then the bottom half matched what was on screen, and then that gave you... Well, sorry, it wasn't the year that they gave you on the actual screen. It was the pirate face. And you had to figure out what year to put in as the password. So it was like that kind of system. So when I played Monkey Island, it was actually one of the original editions of it. Not the special edition they did in 2009. And I remember I wanted to look everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. My friend would be like, there's no point going there, there's nothing there, and I'd be like, but I still want to go there, I want to have a look, you know what I mean? So, absolutely adore that game, and the special edition was amazing. I love the work that they did on that, and the fact that at any point you can switch between the original and the special edition is really cool, because it's a great way to compare as you're going through the game, and also see how, despite the fact that they've changed the graphics for the special edition, they've nailed the atmosphere still, and it still very much feels like the same game, just with different graphical style and more, you know, advanced graphics. But it's still the same story, the dialogue's the same, you know, everything like that's the same, except this time around, because the original didn't have voice acting, you've got Dominic Armato, who was first voicing Guybrush in Curse of Monkey Island, and when they did the special edition versions of 1 and 2, which both didn't have voice acting in their original releases, their special edition versions, he came back to reprise the role for that. And I thought that was really cool. Not only that they went and asked him to return, but that he actually was willing to. Alessandra, it also showed how important a relaxed pregnancy is. Yeah. Because that would be a difficult thing, I imagine, as well. You know, trying to have a relaxed one. Your first Monkey Island was number 4. You still have the CD. Around 20 years ago, you borrowed Monkey Island 3 from a friend, and it became your favorite. Oh, cool, Harbinger. Yeah, because I have Escape from Monkey Island and Curse of Monkey Island actually still on a CD as well. But it's been years since I played 3 or 4. In fact, I've only played through 3 probably a couple of times and 4 only once. You want to be a farmer? Here's a couple of acres. Great moment from Last Action Hero, and then he kicks him in the nuts and launches him in the air. I love it. Want to be a farmer? Here's a couple of acres. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Ha! You didn't know I was going to say that, did you? Alessandra, now you see why the problem is far more common now than 60 years ago. Women could stay at home 60 years ago. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. You know, so many things change as decades go on, and things that were once considered to be the only way things should be done, you know, thankfully get changed because people realize that those kinds of restrictions can be nonsensical. I think it goes in multiple ways too, you know, like people who are single and are quite happy to be single for their whole life versus someone who believes that no, you can't be single for your whole life, you have to do this or you have to do that. No, you have to get married. You know, even people who don't want to be single but don't want to be married, you know, the same thing. People are like, oh, but why don't you want to be married? You have to get married. That's just how things are. And it's like, no, that's not how things have to be for every single person. You know what I mean? Like, it's like food, you know. It's like if someone says they don't like apples and then you say, well, you should like apples because apples are good for you. It's like, no, maybe there's other food that's good for me that I like more, so I eat apples, so I eat them. You know what I mean? So many different things in life that some consider to be the only way to do things. You know, so there was a time where people were like, no, if you're a woman, you can only stay at home and cook and clean. You're not allowed to have any goals above that. You know, which is obviously bullshit. But there's still people today that unfortunately believe that, for example. You know, so even things that are outdated, unfortunately, still have people who want to push that as well.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time and then we're done playing with you. Understand? Okay, we're gonna try this one more time and then we're done playing with you. Understand?
Jelly.
Where are you from?
Jumbo Grand. Up and loose and heavy treat sandwich.
Jesus Christ, does anyone have any idea what this thing is saying?
Hotly. Dirt arrange you.
Why are you here? What the hell do you want? Why'd you stow away on that ship?
School bearing, boy. Eyes many cauterizing loops through and about. Wind and Windy Mitchell.
Did he just say Mitchell? Was there a Mitchell at NASA?
Tubes.
You know what? Never mind. I can't do this anymore. Just send this thing to the guys in research. Let them cut it up or whatever they do. You hear that? They're gonna cut you up, you pain in the ass.
Spider time.
Spider time. Spider-Man. That would be kind of confusing You know, there's like an altered item or something that you need to figure out about, and it's talking gibberish, and how annoying that would be to try and translate it or try and figure out, you know, something like that. So I like that recording that we just heard. It's quite funny. Shin, you have Tales of Monkey Island 1 to 5. Yeah, that's something I haven't actually played yet, is Tales from Monkey Island. So the way it goes is I've played and finished both the original version of Secret of Monkey Island as well as the special edition version. I've only played Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge. I haven't actually finished it yet. I've played and finished Curse of Monkey Island. Same with Escape from Monkey Island. But I haven't played any of Tales from Monkey Island or of Monkey Island. And I most certainly haven't played the latest one yet, Return to Monkey Island. But I wouldn't mind getting to those eventually, of course. Because I really do love the world of Monkey Island, and the characters are just zany, and I love the combination of word play humor as well as fourth wall breaking humor also. So there's so many different things about us. It even has slapstick in it too. But what I also like too is, especially in Secret of Monkey Island, the insult sword fighting. I just love the concept that you're fighting someone with a sword, but it's not about being great with using the sword. You can't defeat opponents in Secret of Monkey Island with swordplay. It's the actual insults and comebacks that are what actually either make you advance in the fight or make the enemy advance on you in the fight. So for those who aren't familiar with it, let's say a pirate that you're fighting with the sword says to Guybrush Threepwood, the main character, "You fight like a dairy farmer." If you don't have the correct comeback, and you say something that's the wrong comeback, or one of the other options that isn't any real comeback at all, you will actually take a step back and they will advance on you, which means you're on the way to actually losing. If you actually use the right comeback though, then Guybrush will obviously advance towards them and they'll go back. And as the game goes on, when you're actually learning these insults and comebacks, it's a trial and error kind of thing. So if people don't like trial and error gameplay, you probably won't like it, but if you persevere with it, it's quite funny, but also you'll feel a sense of accomplishment when you finally get the comeback for an insult that the characters have been saying over and over again, but you don't have the comeback yet for, and when they finally give you the right comeback, you're like, holy shit, that's good, now I've got that, you know. And the whole idea in the game is that you're wanting to fight the Swordmaster of Mealy Island, so you need to get a certain amount of insults and their comebacks before you're able to actually take on the Swordmaster, because the Swordmaster has insults that are worded differently, but if you can figure out the similarity with that insult, then you can sort of figure out which comeback to use as well. So there's all that whole thing about it, but yeah, Monkey Island is such a great series of games. Hey there, Godfather Owl, the handsomest young mate who is so great you would like to commemorate and congratulate his elevate to head of state as the first-rate heavyweight of industry incarnate, for it was his fate to obliterate and decimate the floodgate of evils who congregate upon his estate, which made him dedicate and demonstrate to his state he'd never hesitate to elevate and motivate those he appreciates. So let's celebrate and venerate young brother Rodney, who never fails to captivate and exhilarate. Godfather, that is such a great rhyme that you've done there. That's awesome, Godfather. Very clever as well. That's a skill I just don't have. So it's very impressive to see people who do have skill with that. So thanks for that, Godfather, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good one. Alessandra, you've had a few relationships, but now you stay single because you're too damaged. And that's the thing, right? Like, it's unfortunate that you've had those experiences for that to be the outcome. At the same time, if it's what needs to be done to make sure that you can, you know, not feel that pain anymore, then it's definitely worth doing that, you know what I mean? Instead of forcing yourself to go into a situation that could, you know, be as bad as, or even sometimes worse, you know what I mean? That's okay, Alessandra. I hope you have a really good sleep. Thank you for being here and for chatting as well. I hope you have a great rest. And thank you, I definitely will.
Yesterday, I called my landlord and said, I got a leak in my sink. He said, go ahead, I'm not judging.
Go ahead, I'm not judging. I got a leak in my sink. Go ahead, I'm not judging. Well, I guess when you gotta go, you really gotta go. If you're near the sink and you can't make it to your toilet, well... Hey there, Lizzie. Good evening to you. How's things going? Ah.
going to freestyle a bit.
Just to get a clear audio on that, I'll go into this and play it like that. Lizzie, doing well, currently looking for shiny Pokemon. Well, that's good to hear, Lizzie. I'm glad that you're doing well, and hope the search is going good as well. Hopefully it's not too time-consuming overall. Hopefully you can get what you're looking for as soon as possible.
Okay, I'm just going to freestyle a bit. My mother always said, never talk to strangers. Always. Never, never. Always, always. Never, never. But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger from being a friend is that word? Stranger. Strange. Strange like the noises you hear at night when there is no light and you cannot fight. Strange like a rubber duck that follows you around and makes you drop your coffee every time that it quacks because the noise scares you. Then you have to clean up the coffee while the duck stares at you and continues to quack, 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 quack.
Langston, I don't know what you accomplished there, but you accomplished something, I think. So in that freestyle that Langston did, he was mentioning a rubber duck that follows him around, and every time it quacks, it makes him drop his coffee because he's frightened by the sound. In the main game of Control, one of the altered items that you can deal with is actually a rubber duck, and the rubber duck can randomly appear and follow people around, and it quacks all the time. And that's what Langston was referring to. So he was adding a bit of personal experience into his quote-unquote creative outburst there on that recording.
My mother always said, never talk to strangers.
Looks like whatever force had a hold on Hartman isn't mixing well with the Hiss corruption.
Always.
Wake did call him the third thing.
But isn't a stranger just someone you don't know? What if the only thing stopping a stranger
A chain letter. I remember these. Mom used to say they were evil. Better do what it says. You know, just in case. There must be a photocopier around here.
I'll look into that momentarily. Shaded Hartman. Examination of Paranatural Entities. Dr. Emil Hartman. Shaded. Dr. Hartman is the first Type 2 shaded individual to be examined alive by the Bureau, and has proven a valuable asset for our understanding of A010, aka the Shadow. Like all shaded individuals, the specimen is constantly shielded by, or produces, a redacted of darkness that makes visual observation difficult. This redacted also protects the specimen from harm. During testing, non-lethal ballistics proved ineffective against it. The specimen uses words and phrases that seem to originate from its previous life as a therapist. Some phrases have even been identified as quotes from Dr. Hartman's book, The Creator's Dilemma. This seems to indicate the host's personality remains redacted to some degree. For research purposes, Shaded Hartman was relocated to the Cauldron Lake Lodge replica, built for the redacted AWE investigation. Researchers hope a familiar setting may trigger new behavior. This experiment has yielded no results thus far. Refer to file 522-1019. So, where it has redacted for built for the AWE, it's referring to the Bright Falls AWE. Bright Falls is the name of the town that Alan Wake takes place in. So as taking a break from AC Unity, they really make you look just like Altair with the upgrades. You just got the red sash belt, started missions with Napoleon. Or maybe you made the character look like Altair, lol. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. It's cool that in that game that if there's like a combination of outfit pieces that you've gotten that you like the stats for, but you don't like the actual look of it overall, even though you can't change the appearance like you can in a game like Assassin's Creed Origins, well, not in Origins, sorry, Origins didn't even have that, Odyssey added that. Even still, if there's a unlockable outfit that you actually like more, like Altair's outfit, Edward's outfit, you know, there's so many different outfits that you can get, then at least you can change it to that and still keep the stats that you want. Chain letter. Move this letter along before he gets you. Oh no, the spooky man letter has found you. The spooky man curse is coming to you. To miss the curse, you must mail this letter to people. If you don't, the curse will get you. The more letters you mail, the better off you'll be. Sally in Houston did not send the letter and the spooky man ate her cat. Terrence in Greenstone did not send the letter and the spooky man gave him acne. Kyle did not send the letter and now his wife eats dinner alone. Linda did send more letters, 30 letters in total so far, and look at her now. She owns 3 cars, she has all her fingers, she speaks Italian. You need to mail this letter. You better mail this letter. Don't let the spooky man come. He'll take your cat. Go find your stamps. Hurry. So I like that the concept of a chain letter is the basis for the movie, and I'm going to be referring to the original Japanese Ring movie, but it's the same case in the remake. The idea of, instead of a chain letter that has to be sent around, the idea that it's a videotape, and if you want to survive, if you've seen the videotape, you need to show that video to someone else, and that passes the curse of Sadako from you onto someone else, you know. The difference being, of course, that these chain letters in real life were just, you know, bullshit ways to make people, you know, think that something was going to go wrong, you know. But in the context of the example I've used, the Ring movie, it's a deadly it's the deadly chain letter in the form of a videotape that literally kills people if they don't. Actually, no, in the Ring, they have to make a copy of the tape and then show the original to someone else, I think. I can't exactly remember. It's been years since I saw the Ring. So much stuff has happened since then. So many movies I've probably seen since then, and so many games I've played, that the information is currently not coming to my mind right now.
This is Director Faden. Send a ranger to my position.
Nice to see a director out in the field.
Send a ranger to my location.
Heh. Night Springs Screenplay, page 3. The director steps closer to the horrible entity. He reaches out with a steady hand. You are mine now, creature. I will return you to my facility and control your power. Sir, we don't know. The entity instead rushes forward and engulfs the director. He screams in pain as the scientist looks on and does nothing, like the coward that he is. I am not the one being examined. I am not the one locked inside a prison. Gradually the director emerges from the entity. His once sparkling eyes are now empty and dull. The scientist rushes to him. Sir, sir, we have to escape. We cannot. They are in control now. I got what I wanted. Hey there, Jeremy. Has there been any mention of what will take place in Alan Wake 2? There actually hasn't been. Like, there's things that you could look at and come up with theories about what could be in Alan Wake 2, but so far they haven't shown any sort of like story trailer. They've only shown a teaser trailer for it. But I imagine it won't be long before we get a full proper trailer for Alan Wake 2. Very curious to see what the story is going to be. But I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm glad that they're also doing a sequel to Control as well. And I'm also looking forward to seeing what happens in Control 2. Aha, loading bay vents. We're finally in this location. Yeah, Jeremy, that was an announcement that they made late last year, that they're doing a Control 2. It had been known under a code name before they revealed it, and then they revealed what that code name was, because I think it was known to someone somewhere in, you know, I don't know who specifically. Or maybe they released it as that secret title, but then they later confirmed that it's actually Control 2. I didn't, Jeremy, no. I don't actually follow Twitter.
One less place for him to hide.
Fra Mauro Summary, AWE-7. A paranatural entity arrived on Earth by infiltrating the Apollo 14 lunar mission at an unknown point of their voyage to the Fra Mauro Highlands of the Moon. 32 hours after the return of the Apollo 14 command module to Earth, the Bureau was contacted by Mr. Redacted, a White House senior official, and instructed to send a small team to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. At the base, the team examined the entity and carried out interviews with NASA staff. They learned that 4 astronauts had returned to Earth instead of the expected 3. Each human crew member was insistent that the mission left with 4 members, though they couldn't name the 4th when asked. The entity seemingly affected their memory to make its presence feel unremarkable. The entity was transported to the oldest house for further investigation. Note, an altercation between NASA security and the investigation team occurred upon their arrival. Mr. Redacted called to clarify the matter, though tensions remained high. Bureau jurisdiction and clearance should be defined more clearly with other federal agencies. Jeremy, you're not sure what started it, but it was trending on Twitter and the lead actor was all about it, that they make a sequel. Ah, okay. I'll have to check that out. Because yeah, I'd be curious to see what they would do with a sequel to that game as well.
Yes, hello? Yes, me? Worry who? C to C.
Oh yeah, this is the dude that we heard in that recording who says this gibberish stuff.
Hello?
Hello! Read about us today. Long roads and no hardly. You are Bygone?
Sure. Why are you locked up in here?
Casual turning. Back and front. And Gerbil took the top head. Not being pressed for that. Lady going and loosing back for eye?
Sorry, I think I'm misunderstanding you. What do you want?
The head? The head for tales? For reading news, jars, words, and tumble. The reading head.
Okay, take it easy. I'll take a look.
So maybe it wants something to read. Or a jar. Let's just see what we can find. this could be what it wants. Let's give it a shot.
Fra Mauro, AWE-7, the Apollo 14 entity commonly known as Fra, underwent a series of physical examinations upon its admittance into the oldest house. The entity can speak, though its poor grasp of the English language makes any meaningful communication impossible. Interview material can be found at Redacted. Its physical form consists solely of the Extravehicular Mobility Unit (EMU) spacesuit used by NASA astronauts, the same model worn by the other crew. This could be an authentic EMU taken from one of the NASA astronauts, though this suit does not bear any wearer's name, or one materialized through redacted conversion or possibly redacted corporealization. The suit itself is slightly damaged, which is likely due to the fact that the command module did not have a fourth seat for the entity to strap into during re-entry. The EMU is entirely hollow and pieces can be removed, though this seems to agitate the entity. X-rays and spectrograph imaging have shown redacted-shaped outlines existing within the suit. For safety reasons, the entity will be contained in a secure cell until more information can be gathered.
No, jars. Ahead. Scotch and peppers? Head.
Okay, that wasn't right. Let's try something else. Maybe it'll like this.
Head. A-S-B-E. Head.
Nope. Let's keep trying.
Hey there, Vinman. How's it going? Going good? Excellent, Vinman. That's good to hear. Vinman, just stopping by to say hi and see how everyone's doing before you head to bed. Oh, that's cool, Vinman. Things are going well. Having a good Monday. Actually, Tuesday. That's right, it's Tuesday here in Australia. Having a good Tuesday. And we're doing the Alan Wake DLC currently at the moment for this game. And I won't be finishing the playthrough in this particular stream right now, but soon I'll be ending the stream to take a long break of an hour, and then I'll be back to stream this again and keep on streaming till I finish it. And then my Wednesday game will then become Mass Effect 1. And then, of course, next week it'll be Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, Mass Effect.
Maybe Maybe this will do the trick?
Mass Effect? You love Mass Effect? Yeah, I'm finally playing Mass Effect for the first time, and I've seen it being played by Saint, and so I know some of the stuff that happens, but I'm looking forward to playing through it to see what I think of it from a gameplay perspective, because I was curious about the story and everything like that, and I thought, in case I don't end up liking the game, I want to make the playthrough sort of like fun and interesting by doing the Renegade style of pathway through the game. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but whatever dialogue choices I can choose that go towards the Renegade side of things, that's what I'm going to go for. And then, you know, if I don't like the game that much, at least I've got something of interest to hold my interest, you know. Having a character act like an arsehole to everyone might help me get through the game if I find I don't like it. But it'll still be good to do that type of playthrough even if I do end up liking it, because that will just mean that if I do like it, I'll do a future playthrough where I actually do the Paragon side of things. Harmager, stay away from Andromeda though. Yeah, I don't really, like, I've seen that being played, and I don't know, like, but overall, like, that's 4 games, you know, to think about. And since I don't yet know what I'm going to think of Mass Effect 1, that will determine if I even do any of the sequels, and even then, even if I do like Mass Effect 1, depending on how I'm feeling, I may or may not decide to do a thing where I do Mass Effect 1, and then I do another game or 2 between, and then do Mass Effect 2, and then the same thing, and then do 3. But we'll just see how it go. But for now, I'm committed to doing a playthrough of Mass Effect 1. Oh, Harbinger, stay away from Andromeda though. Yeah. Sorry, I read your message as Vinman, because you both have blue colour on my end. Vinman, you personally like Mass Effect 1 due to the weapons having essentially infinite ammo, just got to moderate the heat build-up. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's something that I'm not aware of in the game yet, but when we get to it, I'll try and figure out the ins and outs of it.
Rusa, you ping pong ahead.
Guess that wasn't it either. Huh.
Rusa, you ping pong.
This might do it. Maybe.
Lizzie, you love the characters in Mass Effect? Oh, that's good. Yeah, there's some that when I watched Saint play the game that I kind of got a little bit of a grasp on what they're like as characters, but not enough for me to tell you what that was. But we'll just have to wait and see till I get to it.
Lady, you are school and dirt for losing.
Keep that up, and I won't help you anymore.
You too as well, Vimin. You take care as well. Thank you so much for stopping in before you go to sleep. I hope you have a really great rest as well. Hope you have a good one. Uh-huh.
Let's see if this will do it. I'm ready to be done with this.
Hurry, clocks, lady. The head. 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 No snacks. Head is top of all up and down. At the top. The top head.
Wait, does this thing actually mean head? Head is in a body's head? Where the hell am I gonna find that? And how did it lose it?
Bimmin, if you remember correctly, a paint chip going 8 miles per second can punch right through stuff like the exterior of the International Space Station. Really? Holy shit. That's slowly approaching and hitting it. That's why micrometeorites are dangerous up there. Absolutely, if something that's a paint chip can do so much damage, imagine what they would do. Or space debris. Bimmin, you think it's because the velocity gets converted into kinetic energy when it impacts something? Ah, okay. Yeah, so it's not hitting it in the same kind of like form, I guess. It's changing form when it actually impacts. And the change is so quick that it's able to make that much damage happen instantly.
Was this what you had in mind?
Oh good, I see it now. I actually have the ability to fast travel to the spot I need to get to. That's cool. There we go, sealed fire break. Vimin, that's what they thought would happen with things like rods from God, telephone pole-sized rods of tungsten being dropped from orbit. Oh, damn. So much stuff to have to really think about.
A helmet. For a head. Is that what the prisoner meant? I guess there's only one way to find out.
There we go, that's what we needed to get. You can actually see it earlier, but the game won't let you interact with it until you get this side quest mission thing that we're doing. Oh, did you, Vimin? Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Ahead! River Chicken Station! Oh, far tastier. Press any button?
So the helmet is what you're after, huh?
Tubes! Snug and grape. Pure grapes. Hail a lady.
You're welcome, I guess. Did Kirkland lock you up in here?
Chief Trouble? Yes. Teddy's long around. But holdout's unhappiest. Can gather for goldfishes. No wrinkle.
Okay. Well, sounds like you're doing fine in there now. Just make sure you don't go anywhere.
Jelly.
At least we helped this guy. I think. Best we leave it locked up, though. We have no idea what it is, and we don't need any more problems out here.
Don't blame you, Jesse. Don't need more. You too as well, Vinman. Have a good rest, and definitely catch you again next time. AC systems. Burn the darkness. Utility corridor.
I need a ranger sent to this location stat.
Nice to see a director out in the field.
Hey there, Zereth. Welcome. Kicks down door to chat. That's a lot of grog. It sure is. So much grog that you could put a massive sized hole in a really high-rise building all the way down to the bottom. It's so caustic. Well, in the Monkey Island universe, that is. Brain missing to the good for nothings at the security check. I know you took a part of my brain when you put me through that metal detector. I'm not stupid. I know what they're really for. What I don't know is whether taking a part of my brain causes me to lose my memories or to lose sleep. I've been told if you lose sleep, you lose everything else too. That's where you trick us regular people. Now I don't know which it is and I can't remember what you did to me, but I can tell you all this much. I don't find this funny at all. I want my memories back, and you can be sure the next time I visit the Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport, I will come and find you and make you fix what you broke. Sincerely. I don't think I will be signing this with my real name. Like I said, I'm not stupid. You can just mind your own business. That's another one of the funny letters you can find in this game. Cool, that deals with that in that area. Zero, thanks for redeeming the random Red Dead Redemption 2 quote. Thank you so much. You realize the Hitchhiker's Guide gives the answer to the how much wood question. Oh, does it really? And is the answer, what is it, 72 or something? Okay, so I've got it. You borrowed money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him. You took the money. He wants it back. What's not to understand? Where's our money? I don't have it. Sell your place. We already owe more than it's worth. Then sell your wife or your family or something. We ain't your idea of charity. Is that clear? I can't do Arthur Morgan's voice, but that is when he's speaking to Thomas Downs when he's trying to get money from him. And spoiler alert, unfortunately, his interaction with Downs ultimately ends up infecting Arthur with tuberculosis. But he doesn't realize at the time when that happened that that was going to happen. Oh, it's 42, is it? Sorry, I don't know why I thought 72. But yeah, 42 is the answer to the most important question in the universe. Yeah, it was a TB guy, you thought so. That's it, Zareth, yeah. Zareth, the most important question being how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? 42. Who would have knew? So we can't get to the actual Eagle Limited AWE yet, so that means I can't do this side quest yet, but that's okay. Where does this need to go? Let's go to the operations corridor.
Welcome back to the land of the living, little buddy.
Really, Zereth? It still is? Oh no. It's what you don't want. Pieces of shit. In any case, this is where I need to end this stream anyway, and take a break and come back in an hour. Zereth, your leg has been tremoring most of the night, has it? Oh no. I hope that stops for you, dude. I really do. So I'll be back in an hour to continue on this playthrough. For those who won't be able to make it back in an hour's time, that's completely fine. I'm going to keep on streaming this game when I come back after my break of an hour until I finish it. So most likely the next stream that you would see from me will be Mass Effect. So if you see me streaming Mass Effect, then you know it's become Wednesday for me. It's currently still Tuesday here though, so I'll be back in an hour with another stream of Control. Zereth, it's settling. Oh, that's good. Hopefully it actually settles 100% for you. That way you'll be able to actually get, you know, some sleep as well. Hopefully. Absolutely, Zereth. No worries at all. I'll be back in 1 hour with more Control.